Hi, I am Cedric. Welcome to this audiobook. All the failures you might experience can be attributed to excessive thinking, especially the negative thoughts that pop up in your mind. You might start your day full of energy, telling yourself that you are ready to take on the world. But somewhere along the way, your mind seems to take a direction of its own. It might tell you to slow down or to stop what you are doing because it is too much trouble. Or perhaps you were planning to take a 10-minute break, and your mind decides to make it an hour. These are just a couple of examples that show how your thoughts may not necessarily be governed by your own free will. They can pull you into negative territory. Your thoughts can get in the way and prevent you from living the way you want. But looking at it from another angle, if you are able to control your mind, perhaps you will be able to stop the continuous thinking that goes on in your head, dictating how you behave. The problem here is that the mind has a habit of looking for stronger stimulation. It can get out of control if you let it. Negative thoughts have a much stronger impact on your brain than a mild, gentle sense of happiness, so it is hard to prevent that from happening. In recent years, there has been a tendency to speak about the brain with a sense of awe and gratitude for its functions. But this information processing device that you have is a rogue entity that continues to forge ahead in search of thought-provoking stimuli, regardless of the effects on you and whether you will end up suffering as a result. The problem is that the brain continues to churn out thoughts, even when you want to stop thinking. For instance, it could very well be going on with incessant thoughts, such as, okay, I'm going to stop thinking right now. Then, wait a minute, I did not realize I was still thinking. Or, oh dear, things just do not seem to go the way I want. It might even go to, come to think of it, the meal I cooked last night did not turn out very well. Or, I am starting to feel hungry. It is only after acknowledging that you cannot stop these distracting noises, these fragments of information that just end up exhausting you from disturbing your peace of mind, that you begin to understand how unaware you have been of the trains of thought that buzz through your mind on a regular basis. When you become aware that you have not been noticing how these unstoppable thoughts continue to pop up in your mind, you start to realize that you are not really thinking in the way you thought you were, or would like to be thinking. Then maybe it is better not to think. But thinking about not thinking only means you are doing more thinking, and it is not going to prevent you from thinking. You can try to convince yourself that you have understood what has been happening, but the only way to gain control of your thinking is to practice stopping it. The techniques I will outline in this audiobook suggest ways to overcome your thinking, which can appear to have a will of its own. To do that, you can hone your 5 senses and bolster your perception of the physical. You will focus on the 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, and how you use them in your daily lives, and you will practice controlling your thinking. You tend to think too much because you cannot control your thinking, and that can cause confusion in your thoughts and make your mind less sharp than it could be. Your goal is to stop thinking too much, prevent your thinking from getting tattered due to overuse, and recharge your energy by practicing the art of not thinking. Once you have done that, your thoughts are sure to be crystal clear and full of inspiration. Now we begin Chapter 1. Chapter 1, A Thinking Disease. By thinking, we can become ignorant. Withdrawing into your brain decreases your power of concentration. As humans, you are always thinking. Thinking is usually considered a fine characteristic of humanity, and you tend to believe you are superior to animals because you think. But is that truly the case? My feeling is that because you think, your ability to concentrate can falter, and you can sometimes get frustrated or lost. Let us call it thinking disease, a disease that occurs as a result of thinking. First, let us take a moment to consider this. It is often said that people today are not very good at listening to what others have to say. Perhaps it is because you have experienced being frustrated or angry when you wanted someone to listen to you and found that they had not taken in a word you said. Were they that uninterested? They had made the time to talk to you, so they could not have been completely uninterested at the outset. They were probably willing to lend an ear to what you had to say, at least in the beginning. But what often happens is that once you begin to discuss your problem with someone, a host of irrelevant thoughts start to pop up in the other person's mind. Maybe they want to show you their willingness to listen so they can win your trust. Or maybe they are pretending to be understanding so you will see them as a wonderful human being. It certainly is not the worst outcome you could expect, since the person is there out of consideration for you. But they cannot help it if other thoughts start to cross their mind, such as, "I would love a beer right now," or "Which bar should I stop by after this?" As someone who practices Zen meditation, I watch the flow of my awareness over long periods of time. By doing that, I can see that my mind is working continually and at tremendous speed. It moves around incredibly quickly, processing information. It travels on to parts of my body that are related to the five senses, such as my eyes, through which it will watch, or it might go to my ears and start listening. And these actions take place in no more than split fragments of a second. It is during these brief moments that information is processed. The mind may flit from listening to watching, then from listening to thinking, listening, watching, and back to listening again, and so on. Although you may think that you are only listening to someone speak, what is passing through your mind is a colossal amount of information that includes a vast mass of things that are often completely irrelevant. While someone who listens without paying particular attention to what another person is saying may think that all they are doing is listening, there are a myriad tiny snippets of information passing through their mind at the same time. These are the briefest moments in time in which you glimpse your favorite foods, drinks, or flashes of strange images that you might encounter in a dream. They appear at speeds so fast that you do not even realize it, creating disruptions as you listen. A huge amount of noise from around you is thrown in and combined in minute moments, and your concentration starts and continues to break up. I think it is fair to say that, among all your faculties, thinking is what requires the greatest amount of effort. You use words to think, thus locking yourself within the act of thinking and forgetting about your other faculties. It therefore makes sense that the more your thoughts take charge of your brain, the less information you are able to absorb from what is going on around you. You sometimes are not aware of what is going on and what it means because you are unconsciously allocating a lot of energy to the process of thinking. You do not think about so many things when you are relaxed. The number of thoughts you have and the time you spend on them increase when you are confused. Let us say you are watching a movie, and there is something in the back of your mind that continues to bother you. It will prompt more noise to seep into your mind as you sit there trying to watch the film. When you are walking hand in hand with a loved one, especially a partner in a long-term relationship, there is always a physical sense of touch that registers in your mind and makes you aware that you are holding hands. But if you are contemplating something else at that moment, the act of holding hands will not seem real, and you probably will not get into the right mood to enjoy it. One of you might be thinking about work, while the other could be thinking about some other person. The two of you are together, and there is physical contact between you, but neither is in the same place mentally. It is because you have both locked yourselves inside your brains. The three disturbing emotions, desire, anger, and uncertainty. It is natural to get caught up in your thoughts and not be fully present when you are with your partner. It happens to a lot of people. Think back to when you first met your beloved. Everything about your budding relationship must have been fresh and exciting at the time. More specifically, you were seeing fresh, new images of that appealing person, and your heart began fluttering in response to the new stimulation. You were tuned in to that person. You noticed the smallest changes in their hairstyle, wondered if they were bored, if their face happened to cloud over even slightly, and you would quickly come up with something interesting to talk about. But your mind gradually gets used to receiving information about that person. In reality, the face is just one part of a person in which changes continue to occur at lightning speed, but you become less attentive to the extent it no longer appears that they are changing at all. This is what generally happens when you become bored with someone. You continue to pick up the same types of information about them, but it is no longer novel. It is not exciting, and you start to look for other things that stimulate you. Some people then go looking for someone else. Others, meanwhile, retreat to the ideal lover in their mind, though it does not necessarily have to be a man or a woman. It can be something that you like to do. Then you start to get absorbed in that lover, whether or not it is personified, and as all of this happens in your mind, you escape inside yourself and begin to lose interest in the person who had once been the focus of your attention. Some people get bored quickly, while it is more gradual for others. This boredom is deeply connected with what in Buddhism we call kleshas, which are literally poisons or disturbing emotions. Allow me to take a moment to briefly explain what these are. You are constantly receiving different types of information through your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, which is your sense of touch, and your awareness. There are various impulsive energies of the mind that respond to such stimuli. The significant ones are what we call the three poisons: desire, anger, and uncertainty. Desire refers to the impulsive energy in your mind that continues to want more and more when you see or hear things. For example, let us say someone compliments you. Regardless of how empty such compliments may be, your klesha energy for desire is fully activated. You soar sky high and become hungry for more praise. Then there is anger, which I define as impulsive energy of the mind that is resistant to the information provided by the senses and rejects it. When someone makes a nasty remark and you become uncomfortable, your klesha energy for anger is roused and it tries to push away and eliminate whatever it is that is unpleasant. Anger is much broader in its implications in your daily life than you might think. It includes everything from the negative energy that prevents you from feeling motivated, makes you jealous of others, or causes you to regret the past, to feeling lonely or getting nervous. Anger is at the root of these intrusive thoughts, and it feeds on your negative energy. Vague ideas of bad things briefly surface and then disappear in a flash. Because of this, you often experience a sense of unease without knowing the reason for it. Such unconscious thoughts pop in and out of your mind so quickly that you are not even aware of what is happening, and they become the trigger for chain reactions of thoughts that propel you down a negative track by making you think. For example, you might start out being shocked by something that has happened. Move on to concerns about what might happen if you fail at whatever it is that you are doing, and start worrying about certain people making fun of you should that happen. In other words, your thinking starts to get out of control. The more these monologues in your mind increase in volume, the more your memory will be invaded by meaningless thoughts, which can lead to a diminishing sense of satisfaction. You might stop being able to properly take in the sights and sounds of the world around you, the expressions on the faces of the people in front of you, and the sounds of their voices. You might stop appreciating your favorite foods, even when you are eating them, because you can no longer focus. You may think you are seeing, hearing, or touching something, but because your memory is preoccupied by thoughts of the past that keep buzzing in your head, there is no room for new information to be taken in. You may listen to someone speak to you for 1 second and hear what they are saying for 0.1 seconds, but the remaining 0.9 seconds are vague because of the dominant thinking and noise from the past that keep interrupting, making you wonder how the person feels about you. It numbs your senses and makes things hard to absorb. Keep this up, and you will lose out on 9 out of 10 seconds and a genuine appreciation of reality for 54 out of 60 minutes. And by the time you grow old, you will be looking back and marveling at how quickly those years have flown by. As a consequence of losing yourself in your thoughts, which are sometimes fantasies that do not tie in with what is actually happening, your sense of reality will be depleted, as will your feeling of happiness. Many people start to talk about how quickly time seems to be going by as they get older. This is because the noise created by the thoughts that they have carefully preserved in their mind over time accumulates and blocks any new information that tries to enter. And I feel that it is often when that noise achieves a complete victory over the sense of reality that people might start to become senile in old age. Because they become solely controlled by information from the past and unable to accept new realities, they may even see a grandchild, recognize him as their son, and be unable to correct that misconception. The root cause for all of that can be narrowed down to the idea that the reality in front of you is too ordinary, too boring, and that negative thoughts are stimulating. In your mind's search for new stimuli, your thoughts are programmed to go out of control in seeking the negative. You easily fall victim to this thinking disease without realizing it. Before you know it, you gradually become impervious, your mind closed to new influences, and more prone to becoming senile in old age. Once you understand that, it should help to silence the pointless chatter in your mind. It is the impulsive energy of the mind that I mentioned earlier that causes you to become bored with what is in front of you. It impels you to start looking for new stimuli, which is what makes you lose direction. Someone may be talking to you, but your mind drifts as if to highlight that the conversation is boring and that you should ignore that person. You zone out from the conversation and end up taking in nothing from the speaker. This is a klesha, or disturbing emotion, of being lost or confused, known as the klesha of ignorance or uncertainty. In this case, the word ignorance does not imply that a person is uncultured or lacks intelligence. It means they are unaware of the types of thoughts that are going through their head and the ways in which their conscious mind is working at that particular moment. When you think, your energy is spent on the act of thinking. It means your other senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, tend to become dulled. Because you are so focused on thinking about various things, your physical senses are neglected, and your mind and body become out of sync. The more you overwork a particular part of your brain, the less you are able to perceive physical information, and the more ignorant or confused you become. You are unable to gain a firm grasp of the changes that occur in another person's voice or facial expressions, and they will always seem to be the same, boring, according to your perception of them. The more thinking that you do in your mind alone, the more useless thoughts you will accumulate. And when that happens, you become impervious to reality and the flow of your own thoughts. The klesha of ignorance will make you seek an escape from reality to the safety of the thoughts in your mind. Once you make it a habit, you easily develop a tendency to withdraw into your own thoughts, and it is hard to break out of that. Training to discipline the mind in the right way. Up to this point, I have said that people become ignorant because they think. But of course, it does not mean that you should not think. In Buddhism, there is something known as the Noble Eightfold Path that people are encouraged to strive to follow in order to live the right way. The 8 elements can be categorized within 3 main steps. The first step is setting rules for yourself and developing an inner strength that will prevent you from faltering. This includes having the right thoughts to correct your thinking, the right speech to correct your words, the right conduct to correct your actions, and the right livelihood to correct the way you live. The second step is developing your concentration. This involves the right concentration and the right cleansing of the mind. The third step is becoming aware. This involves the right mindfulness to hone the sensors of your mind and the right views to enable you to understand. The first part of the first step is to have the right thoughts, as indicated at the top of the list, or to think in the correct way. It means considering the bare essentials. For example, it means thinking about the best order for washing the dishes when you are standing in front of the kitchen sink after dinner, how to use the smallest amount of water necessary, and how to use as little dishwashing liquid as possible. If your mind is clogged with unneeded kleshas or disturbing emotions, you will look at the leftover food on the plate your child had been using and feel irritated, wondering why he never eats all his food. But that irritation is doubly pointless. For a start, you will get careless about washing the dishes properly and efficiently if you are feeling frustrated. And getting annoyed with your child is not an effective way to make him finish his dinner. Instead of getting irritated, you should stay calm and collected. You could say something like this: I make the meals for everyone in our family, and I feel very sad when you do not eat everything I put on the table. I feel unhappy throwing away the leftovers when I do the dishes. I do not want to be unhappy like this, and I am sure you are not happy to see me unhappy either. So why do not you try to make an effort to eat everything on your plate? Similarly, if you are spending time with your beloved, the best thing to do is to think about what the two of you can do in the moment to enjoy being together, instead of recalling trouble you may have had at work earlier in the day. Not thinking in a way that tires you, thinking only the most appropriate thoughts in a particular moment, eliminating unrestrained thoughts and ideas that go around and around in your mind, and overcoming your cliches. These are the challenges you face as you begin your journey in Buddhism, and they are also the goals that you aim to achieve. Keeping your senses active helps maintain a balanced state of mind. Meditation is the most effective training for achieving those goals. But what if you do not have the opportunity to meditate? You cannot overcome those excess thoughts that resound in your mind if you are not even aware that your thoughts have drifted or you are thinking useless thoughts. The first thing to do is to pay attention to the movements of your mind on a regular basis. Check yourself now and then, setting up an imaginary sensor in the same way that you would set up an alarm system for your home, and ask yourself these questions. What is my mind thinking about now? What is it looking at? What is it listening to? What types of smells is it smelling? If you do this regularly, the moment will eventually come when realization dawns. You will be spending time with someone, intending to enjoy their company, when you become aware that your mind is drifting off, dwelling on things that are completely irrelevant. You will be conscious that your mind has started to get obsessed with idle thoughts. Once you become aware that this is happening, the next step is to adjust your awareness or change the movements of your mind. If you find that you are thinking unneeded thoughts, you should focus on feeling instead. Let us say you are touching or kissing someone. You can transfer your awareness to the sense of touching with your lips. Make a conscious effort to deepen that awareness, and those other thoughts will quietly start to diminish. You do not have to be able to create a special state of awareness to control your mind to a certain extent. In Buddhism, the ability to become aware is called the power of the will. The will refers to your ability to recognize things, like a sensor for awareness. The more fine-tuned that sensor is, the more sensitive you are to the smallest changes. Once you become aware of that, another capacity you have is the power to concentrate so you can change how your mind works. You concentrate, control your awareness, grab hold of it, and focus on it in a single location. It means gathering up and bringing together in one place the scattered thoughts that flit through your mind at lightning speed. The first thing is to make it a habit to recognize how many of your 5 senses you are using at any particular time. Satisfying your mind by responding to your senses. I just mentioned the 5 senses. Buddhist belief holds that in addition to the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body, your sense of touch, there is a 6th sense door of awareness that recognizes external stimulation. When information is received through these 6 doors, you become aware that you are seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. It is through this 6th door that you become aware of your inner self, your identity, that you recognize as the person that you are. To become aware of which of your 5 senses you are using at any time, you need to be actively conscious of them and not going about aimlessly in your daily life. Note the differences between the following: the passive state of seeing and the active state of looking, the passive state of hearing and the active state of listening, the passive state of noticing a smell and the active state of smelling something, the passive state of tasting something and the active state of savoring it, the passive state of touching something and the active state of feeling it. Try the following simple exercises. At this moment, you are probably seeing an overview of the scene in front of you. Now direct your attention to a particular object. Something small is best. Look at it, focus on it, and do not look away. Stop your awareness from straying to anything else around you and focus on seeing that one item alone. That is the difference between seeing and looking. By actively looking at that one object, the other things around it will fade into the background, and your other senses will gradually calm down. That is not to say that you will be unable to hear any of the sounds around you. You will be focusing on looking while vaguely hearing and experiencing other physical sensations at the same time. Something else you can do is to focus your attention on the surface of your skin that is now exposed, such as one of your hands or your face. Try to feel the physical sensation of the air touching it. Maybe it is raining outside, and the air feels a little cold and damp. Stop thinking about the temperature and surrender yourself to the sensation, the stimulation on your skin. Try to focus on that sensation, and you will find that it can be quite comfortable and you will feel at peace regardless of the temperature. Next, let us try to concentrate on the feeling of your body enclosed beneath the clothing you are wearing. This time, you should feel a change in the temperature from the previous exercise. It will be a pleasant sensation that comes not from a sense of physical pleasure, but rather from the comfort of a focused mental state, where you have stopped processing information and remain within the feeling you have achieved. That is the difference between touching and actually feeling. In a Buddhist context, it is the difference between forgetting and focusing. As you practice being active with your senses in these ways, you will stop being affected by the various noises incurred by your thoughts, becoming clearly aware of the information in front of you at any given moment, and your mind will start to achieve a sense of fulfillment. You will enable yourself to focus your awareness, which had been distracted by thoughts that occur as you look vaguely at something, think about something irrelevant, listen to various sounds, or feel the cold weather, on specific things that you truly need to do. Since ancient times, Japanese people have had the ability to regard the sounds in nature, such as raindrops or water running or falling, as interesting subjects. They have enjoyed capturing in art or literature the elegance of the natural world around them. But because new sources of stimulation are created and sought in modern times, they are losing such refined and delicate sensibilities. Shift your mindset from hearing to listening, from seeing passively to seeing intentionally. Practice sharpening your five senses, and you will begin to feel a sense of fulfillment from contemplating things that may appear at first to be boring. Maybe you sometimes feel that your days are not all that exciting. By practicing this drill, you will enable yourself to achieve a more delicate and refined sense of awareness of the world around you, and start to enjoy it, without the need to resort to more overtly stimulating types of entertainment that simply fill your brain with a lot of noise. By sharpening your awareness sensor that interprets the data obtained by your five senses, while taking a fresh look at your life in general, you will eventually notice that frustration and uncertainty have faded from your mind, and your temperament may even have improved in the process. You will be able to focus on your work, studies, or whatever task you have in hand at that moment, your attention no longer straying to what is around you or what you might prefer to be doing. Now we will begin Chapter 2. In this next chapter, we will consider specific ways to cure thinking disease by taking a look at your everyday actions and communication methods, such as seeing, speaking, listening, or behaving attentively. Besides achieving a balance between your mind and your body, once you figure out the programming that your mind has been controlled by, you will start to let go and shrug off the heavy load of accumulated noise that has been weighing you down. Chapter 2: How to Control Your Body and Your Mind. Steps to eliminate frustration and uncertainty. 1. Speaking. You may think that the words you speak are guided by your own free will. However, as I mentioned in the previous chapter, using correct speech is part of the Noble Eightfold Path, and it is very difficult to do. Let us say that you are meeting an important business associate. Seeing this person will have an immediate impact on you and how you feel you should behave, and once you start thinking along those lines, it will be hard to stop yourself. In less than 1,000th of a second, you will almost certainly be overwhelmed by an urge to say something nice to that person to create a good impression. Maybe you will start talking about the weather. Unfortunately, the rain has been going on for a while. Then perhaps you will add, "Oh, but what a smart umbrella you have. What brand is it?" You do not particularly dislike the rain, but you go with the social convention that it is something unpleasant and say things that reflect this. You are not interested in the designs of umbrellas, and you are not interested in specific brands, but you pretend to be interested so that you can compliment the person. At that moment, maybe you will wonder why you made that comment and say to yourself, "That is not what I am really thinking." You will be aware of these tiny lies that you have told without realizing it, and little by little, those niggling thoughts will plant themselves within your subconscious and build stress. That happens because your mind automatically responds to the visual impact made on it by the person in question, and you start to think without realizing it. Here's another example. You are bragging to someone about something you have done. The person smiles and tells you how much you have impressed them and what a fantastic individual you must be. Their voice registers in your mind, stimulates your sense of desire, and you end up speaking more quickly and loudly about your accomplishments. Although you may believe that you are thinking and speaking of your own free will, what is happening is that your mind is inputting information triggered by a particular form of stimulation, and it is automatically reacting and providing output. Blunders occur when you do not know how to control this reaction. You say words reflexively because you do not know how to respond to the stimuli that have entered your mind. You are not speaking as much as being made to speak by the stimulant, and you will continue regretting your words as long as this process continues. Let us think about specific ways to free your mind from being locked into such a state, so that you can speak with more freedom and elegance. Observe the tone of your voice as a basis for speech. Let us consider the first essential step of vocalization. You are likely to be tempted to include as much information as you can in your speech when you want someone to listen to you. The stronger the klesha of desire to gain the person's attention, the more you will tend to speak in a loud, rapid-fire voice. The irony is that, although you are speaking loudly and rapidly because you want the person to listen to you, the impact that you make on them will be unpleasant. As a result, you will provoke their klesha of anger, whether you are trying to convince them of something or attempting to brag, making it tougher to obtain their agreement. On the other hand, people will be able to relax and listen to you if you speak at a relaxed speed and a moderate pitch. It is a good idea to begin by being considerate, thinking of your listener, so you do not cause unnecessary stimulation or stress for the other person. To do that, I would like to suggest always lending an ear to your voice. Focus on the effect created by the sounds that echo in your throat. Everyone tends to believe they know how they sound when they speak. The truth of the matter is that you do not have complete control over your voice. When you are speaking with someone, you continue to think about what the other person is saying, what you want to say, and how the other person will feel about what you say to them. In other words, your voice is something that you hear only incidentally during the conversations that you have. Try to move away from that and make a conscious effort to focus on your voice, and you will realize that how it sounds is quite different from what you may have thought. But be careful not to push yourself. You do not want to force yourself to think that you have to speak more slowly or gently. Simply be aware of the act of concentrating on your voice. As long as you maintain that awareness, it will be natural for your mind to notice that something is not right when you start to speak too rapidly, or when the pitch of your voice becomes too high. In the same way that you feel uncomfortable when someone babbles in a voice that is too loud, your mind will automatically register any changes, as long as you keep looking at yourself objectively. It is not unusual for people to hear their voice on an answering machine and be surprised at how rapidly they speak, or how high-pitched their voice is. But by making it a habit to observe themselves objectively, they will notice when they start to talk too quickly or too loudly, and thus end up inflicting a lot of distracting stimulation upon the people around them. That awareness will eventually rid them of such habits and help them speak more moderately. It is also useful to stop and wait for a moment if you realize that you are speaking too rapidly. It will calm your nerves and also allow the person who is listening to take a break. People tend to stop wanting things when those items are available in excess, and they seek them when they have rarity value. So it might be useful to offer a little less than what you consider to be enough. It should appeal to those on the receiving end. As Buddha says in Scripture, you should try to speak clearly and in a moderate tone, not too fast, not too slow, and in a voice that is neither too high nor too low-pitched. Arrogance prompts you to talk back to people. I think that at some point in your life, everyone will have talked back to someone when it has not been necessary. What happens is that when you receive negative stimuli due to something that someone has said to you, your mind issues a command to go ahead and make a retort. Let us say your boss approaches you with a remark like this: "I think it is about time you got working on that assignment." The moment the words have registered with your sense of hearing, your cliché of arrogance gets switched on. Then your thoughts start to go wild. Arrogance is one of the kleshas of the desire to cling to your pride, where you worry about how other people see and evaluate you. While you want people to look at you in a positive light, what is stronger is your desire to maintain your image and sense of self-worth. You might think, "My boss is worried that I am not going to do that assignment. He is convinced that I will not get started if he does not push me." Or, "It was not as if I had forgotten about it. I was planning to get to it. Maybe I am not as useless as my boss thinks I am." Or even, "That boss is an idiot who simply does not appreciate me." As soon as you hear your boss's remark, various thoughts start running riot in your mind, and an uncalled-for retort is your reflexive response. Or maybe you will be more positive and say something like, "Oh, sorry, I thought it would be better to do this after seeing the results in our meeting next week, but I will do it now if you insist." You are apologizing, but there is a negative note in what you are saying as you suggest that it will be your boss's fault for making you do the assignment now and producing mediocre results. When you think about it logically, the best thing to do would be to proceed with the assignment at once, without talking back to your boss. If you honestly believe that it would be more rational to start working on it after your meeting, then you can carefully explain that to your boss, and he should understand. But because you are being motivated by the cliché of arrogance, in which you do not want to feel rejected and want your boss to think well of you, you end up making a half-hearted effort to apologize, and you talk back without getting on straight away with the assignment. Practice eliminating your negative thoughts. What then should you do when you are irritated or feel an urge to talk back to someone? You can broadly split into two the responses that you generally make when you feel a negative emotion. The first is to work off your anger or frustration, such as by complaining. The second is to repress your emotions, controlling the feelings that you experience, turning your back on what took place, and forcing yourself to pretend that nothing happened. With the former, your anger becomes further etched on your mind as you complain. That energy builds and builds until it is on fire, giving you a lot of stimulation, and your mind often confuses that with a good feeling. As you continue along that path, you gradually become short-tempered. A precondition is created for your brain to remember that taking out your anger on someone else stimulates your mind and makes you feel good, which in turn prompts you to become touchy and quick to let your anger surface. But despite attempting to control that agitation, you end up igniting another type of anger. It is an emotion which tells you that it is not right to be furious on impulse. You thus generate complicated feelings within you, and as your anger on anger battles continue, your personality will gradually become distorted. What I recommend from a Buddhist perspective is to avoid both these responses. Instead of releasing your anger or holding it back, you can observe your own emotions. If you feel irritated by someone, immediately set those emotions aside. You firmly believe that those feelings are genuine, There is no question in your mind that they must be the ultimate truth. Now consider those feelings and repeat to yourself, I am irritated, I think. Or, I am irritated, I think. By doing that, realize that you only think that you are irritated and it is not the absolute truth. Be aware that it is only an emotion in your mind. The words you use to frame it can be any variation of the above. I thought I was irritated. The person in front of me is irritated. Or my boss might be irritated, but so am I. The important thing is to be aware that this sense of irritation is a single perspective. It is only one viewpoint. By taking a step back and examining your frustration from a broader standpoint, you will learn to accept it. By isolating and acknowledging the existence of the emotion from a third-party perspective, neither affirming nor denying it, you will stop yourself from responding reflexively. You can objectively observe your mind by repeating to yourself a few times using the same words that you only think you are irritated. By framing your thoughts like this, you will be able to contain your thinking and prevent it from getting out of control. That way, you will be able to see things clearly. By taking a moment to pause in this way, you will be able to develop a more considered, logical response as to whether you will do as your boss says or come up with an alternative plan of action. When apologizing, offer specific suggestions for improvement. When you think about it, the world is full of apologies and excuses. I am sorry I could not contact you sooner, or excuse me for repeatedly calling you. But if people started responding honestly to such words, saying, you had better be sorry, or I am swamped, the person apologizing would undoubtedly be taken aback. You all know that, following social convention, these types of apologies are always accepted with a no problem, or don't worry about it. It is when someone does not accept your apology and forgive you that you may become irritated or perhaps even angry, amazed at how narrow-minded and unforgiving that person is. And what becomes clear once you have become angry is that you were not serious about offering an apology in the first place. Then why is it that you apologize? Why do you make excuses? It is because you do not want the other person to think you are rude. That is the thought that instantly fills your mind. And more than that, you do not want to believe that you are rude. If you are truly sorry about something, you should think about the best way to ease the burden on the other person rather than merely apologizing or making an excuse for your own comfort. Otherwise, it can become a habit to offer simple apologies and make excuses, and it will then become tough to convey your sincere regret when you are genuinely sorry. Think about that. Control the thoughts that make you apologize, and gradually cut back on those instant apologies. Still, there are times when it is necessary from a social standpoint to apologize, even if you are not truly sorry. There has been a delay in your delivering work by the promised deadline, or you have made a mistake and someone is angry. There are various situations in which an apology is needed. To calmly take stock of the situation and determine the type of apology required, you need to think. The person affected by your blunder will be able to see through an insincere apology that does not come from the heart, and you will not be able to convey your regret. When an apology is needed, rather than merely saying you are sorry, it is best to say you will be careful not to make the same mistake again. The right tone of voice and a humble expression on your face, together with an account of the specific steps you plan to take to make things better, should accompany a genuine apology. With that in mind, you will succeed in communicating your earnest desire to improve. You will be indicating specific steps for resolving the issue at hand, which will prevent the other person from becoming annoyed and make it easier for him or her to forgive you. Okay, please do that, is the likely response that you will receive. The other person may even want to assist in devising ways for you to improve. But please note that you will need to follow through on your suggestions in order to gain that person's trust. Although people generally forgive you for making a mistake the first time, repeating it 2 or 3 times gives them the impression that you are not serious. Rather than thinking that you have apologized, all is well, and the issue is over, view it as an opportunity for your personal development and stick to your word. Self-serving excuses will only inflict more pain on the other person. But when you think about it, it may be tough to stop making excuses. Let us say you have put your culinary skills to work and prepared a meal for your family, friends, or significant other. You have served everyone and sampled the food yourself, and it occurs to you that the flavor may have been too bland. The stimulation from that tasting overwhelms you. Your mind gets busy in a whirlwind of thoughts. Then, you reflexively set out to make a horde of excuses, along the lines of, "Oh, I am sorry, I forgot to check the food before serving it. Was it a little bland? I'm so sorry. Things have been a bit hectic today." Although you probably wanted to say something quite different. "I am actually a pretty good cook, as long as I have the chance to taste what I make in advance. There would not have been a problem if I had had ample time to prepare this meal." To the people around you, it will seem as though you are just talking to yourself. It is not so bad if that is the extent of your excuses, but once you start giving explanations, it will become a habit. You will begin pointlessly repeating yourself. Every time someone eats what you make, you will end up asking them if it tastes okay, that you happen to make a mistake with the seasonings, and so on. You will, in effect, be pressurizing the person to give you a positive response, and they will tell you that it is okay, the food tastes good, and the effort is likely to exhaust them. Not only are you thinking, but you will also be making the other person think. You will not be torturing them if they like the taste of the food. But if not, they will be accumulating stress by being forced to lie to themselves and tell you that it is lovely. You will be stressing them out with the pressure to follow up with positive comments after you have made excuses, and the act of making excuses does not make you feel all that comfortable either. Why, then, is it that you continue to do this? It becomes a habit. Your mind becomes addicted to the stimulation of resulting pain. It deludes you into believing that the sense of anxiety you get from painful stimulation feels good, and it rewrites what should be uncomfortable as something that gives you pleasure. The temporary sense of feeling helpful fools you. You give your mind free rein, and the cycle is repeated again and again. You are fooled by the trap to rewrite the information you receive, that your food is excellent, convincing yourself instead that no one is likely to believe that you are a good cook who just happened to have been too busy to do better on that particular day. Let us see through these klesha mechanisms, avoid being caught in the trap of rewriting information, and gain the self-control to stop firing away with harmful excuses. A sincere apology from the heart will ease the other person's pain. I'm not saying that all excuses are harmful, as there are times when a reason or explanation can ease the other person's mental burden. You do not have to apologize as though it is the end of the world if you are 5 minutes late for a meeting. It should be enough to say you are sorry to be late with a frank but sincere expression on your face. But if you are so late that you know you will have annoyed the other person, it is your responsibility to ease that annoyance. You are the one who has imprinted in that person's mind that they were made to wait, which has triggered negative stimulation, causing them to suffer. Their arrogance klesha has been activated. Maybe they are thinking, "Do I mean so little to this person that they cannot be bothered to get here on time to see me? Do they think it's okay to make me wait because I mean nothing to them?" The way to treat that wound is to tell them that they have nothing to do with the fact that you are late. You should offer a sincere apology and explain that unavoidable circumstances caused the delay. Of course, that does not mean you can lie and say the train service had stopped when it had not. A lie like that would only serve to distort your own thinking processes. The truth of the matter is that an excuse is neither always necessary nor unnecessary. A sincere apology or explanation may be useful if the other person is suffering negative emotions due to your words or actions, and if they will be comforted if you give them a sincere apology or explanation. An excuse is not something that you should fire off without a second thought. Before you do, you should assess the situation carefully while considering the other person's personality and the emotions that may have been provoked. Short and long-term interests misconstrued by the brain. There are occasions when you cannot get to a particular place on time for an appointment, no matter how hard you try. It is not uncommon in this situation to call ahead and say you will get there in less time than it will take. You know it will take another 15 minutes, but why is it that you indicate your arrival will be in 5 minutes instead, and later regret it? There is no question that the person waiting for you would rather hear the truth, that they will have to wait for another 15 minutes. It would probably be more annoying if you said you would be there in 5 minutes and failed to show up for an extra 10 minutes after that. It is annoying both for the person who is doing the waiting and for you as the one who is making them wait. Making someone wait is significantly stressful on a subconscious level because the noise that enters your mind reaches fever pitch as you start wondering what they will think of you. You want to respond to the other person's hopes that you will soon be with them. You do not want to let them down, and you find yourself in a state of panic. The klesha of arrogance takes over, which only makes matters worse. The consequences of being over-optimistic about one's time of arrival may not be too serious, but it can be a different story in the workplace when you give your word that you can get something done without considering whether it can be done or that it may not be doable. That can be risky, as a failure to deliver will damage your reputation, making people see you as a person who is all talk and unreliable, so that they no longer trust you with significant projects. It can also happen when you are talking with your friends. Everyone is on a roll. You do not want to spoil the mood, and you agree to do something you do not want to do. Here, too, you will lose your friend's trust if you repeatedly fail to produce results. Why do you make empty promises of this kind? It is because your mind automatically assesses the situation or the atmosphere, and your thoughts then jump the gun at lightning speed. Next comes the klesha of arrogance, in which you do not want others to think negatively of you or see you as incompetent. It is the klesha of arrogance that stops you from acknowledging your inability to do something. It is a sign that your disturbing emotions are reflexively jumping to the forefront of your mind and getting in the way. You know that, in the long term, failure to deliver will damage your reputation and destroy people's trust in you, yet it is easy to plump instead for quick results. Perhaps the human brain is made in such a way that you tend to focus on short-term interests and overlook the long-term benefits. These things happen so often that I sometimes wonder if you focus only on the amount of stimulation you can achieve from moment to moment rather than looking further ahead. To prove that, you tend not to appreciate the long-term consequences of your actions, when you may lose someone's trust in you, and instead seek refuge in the stimulation of needlessly blaming yourself. Speaking ill of others will eventually darken your heart. It is the starting point and goal of Buddhism to maintain control over the mind. You seek to endure disturbing emotions such as the kleshas of desire, anger, and uncertainty by establishing and adhering to rules of self-discipline. It is through those rules that you control the energy of your kleshas. Japanese Buddhism has 10 precepts, which are called Juzenkai. They are as follows. 1. Abstention from killing, to abstain from killing living beings. 2. Abstention from theft, to abstain from stealing something that you have not been given. 3. Abstention from sexual misconduct, to abstain from cheating on your loved one. 4. Abstention from false speech, to abstain from speaking of things that are not true. 5. Abstention from vulgar language, to abstain from criticizing others. 6. Abstention from negative language, to abstain from spreading negative rumors. 7. Abstention from engaging in idle chatter, to abstain from forcing others to listen to idle chit-chat. 8. Abstention from greed, to abstain from creating room in the mind for greed. 9. Abstention from generating anger, to abstain from creating room in the mind for wrath. Abstention from following wrong views, to adhere instead to the principles of impermanence, suffering, and non-self. You will notice that 4 out of the 10 precepts have to do with speaking. It is best to avoid using vulgar language and bad-mouthing others, regardless of whether the person on the receiving end is not present and hence might not be hurt. Anger will poison the speaker's mind and increase that klesha. Because such words provide powerful stimulation, they will be fed right back as soon as the speaker says them and will deeply penetrate and pollute his or her mind. Although you may delude yourself into thinking that, by criticizing or speaking ill of someone, you can hold on to a sense of superiority that you are better than them, the only thing that is happening is that you are increasing the klesha of anger in your mind. The same applies to abstention from negative language. People who gossip over harmful rumors about someone who is not present will amplify the klesha of anger related to harming others. They will only be feeding back the negative energy to their own mind. Does continuous lying make you less intelligent? Abstention from false speech means not telling lies. Start talking about information that is not true, and you will be overwriting the correct information in your mind with incorrect data. False details will become embedded in your mind, which will affect its capacity to process information and mess up the links within your memory over the long term. Say you lie about a pretty necklace you bought yourself, and tell a friend that your boyfriend bought it for you. The links in your memory will be jumbled when you overwrite the correct information with, "He bought it and gave it to me as a present." The energy that messes up the links in your memory is the klesha of uncertainty or ignorance, which can distort and divert the flow of your thoughts and allow noise to interrupt your thinking, making it easy for your ideas to run riot. You tell someone that you like their outfit when in fact you do not think much of it. You have decided to believe you like the outfit when you do not. The confusion weakens your memory and the clarity of your thoughts, and you gradually lose sight of what you really think. False appearances, deceptions, and lies. No matter how trivial they may seem, it is smarter to refrain from accumulating thoughts based on incorrect information. Do not force others to listen to your idle talk or gossip. Out of the 4 precepts on speaking, abstaining from engaging in idle talk may be the toughest one to understand. It includes all types of idle chit-chat, along with a desire to rattle on, that will make you talk so much you will end up talking about things you did not mean to mention, which is not to anyone's benefit. When someone talks continuously and forces others to listen, the energy generated by their klesha for desire is invigorated and makes it scream to be heard. But what exactly does idle chit-chat mean? And what, by contrast, are meaningful words? It is fair to say that the Buddhist view of idle chit-chat refers to anything that is not meaningful to the listener. For example, smiling and saying to the person who made your dinner that the meal was great may be meaningful. It is not right to lie or to lavish excessive praise, but it is certainly appropriate to offer positive words and bring good cheer. Since conveying the message that you appreciate the efforts of your host and enjoy the company of your fellow guests is meaningful from the standpoint of communication. You can also talk about essential topics with another person that might help them become a better individual or ease any confusion they may be feeling due to disturbing emotions such as desire, anger, or uncertainty. If a joke can make someone relax, then that too can be a good way to communicate. Idle chit-chat can be words that are not beneficial to others or approaches that force people to respond when they are not interested. You could be bragging about yourself, supplying seemingly never-ending bits of information that others do not need to hear, going overboard with social niceties, or gossiping. The irrelevant information will leave a mark on the listener's mind and increase the noise that disturbs their thinking, while also creating lasting duplicates of useless thoughts that take up space in the speaker's mind. Refrain from being driven by the klesha of desire to feed idle chit-chat to others. Watch your tongue, and it will lead to beautiful, elegant mannerisms. You will no longer need to expend energy on idle talk or the kleshas of desire or uncertainty, and will have more room to focus on what is genuinely essential. The Japanese disease of saying thank you too often will distort the mind. It feels good to say a heartfelt thank you to someone when you are truly happy or glad, or when someone is expressing their sincere gratitude to you. But as I said earlier, it is quite stressful to say something if you do not mean it. It is exhausting to express your gratitude to someone when you are not feeling grateful, and the person you are saying it to will see through the emptiness of the gesture. But we Japanese are fond of saying thank you. Countless books and ingrained beliefs tell us that we can be happy if we always say thank you in our mind and live with a sense of gratitude. People who believe that will try to say a silent thank you in their mind at any cost. If you say it regardless of whether you are upset, under attack, or in a situation where any average person would get angry, the inconsistency between the look on your face and the words coming out of your mouth will create a disturbing, unbalanced impression. You are lying to yourself when you try to express gratitude when you do not mean it, and it can only skew your mind. Being stuck in a state of self-persuasion and repeatedly saying thank you without conviction will make people think that it is a habit of yours to say thank you when you do not mean it. In Buddhism, we believe that there are only 4 emotions that we should nurture in order to live happily: kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. 1. Kindness is the virtue that wishes for peace and tranquility for all living beings. 2. Compassion is an emotion of sympathy, wishing to eliminate problems and suffering in others. 3. Joy is the ability to see others who are happy and to feel the same pleasure. 4. Equanimity is a peaceful state of mind in which you eliminate the habit of feeling anger or confusion. These 4 emotions do not include gratitude, however. I think this is because gratitude is not something that you must make an effort to feel. A sense of gratitude is generated within you when something nice happens unexpectedly. In Japanese, the word arigatai means a state of being thankful. It consists of kanji characters that represent a rare occurrence. You are unlikely to find anything in Buddhist scripture where Buddha says thank you to express gratitude to his apprentices, or where he is apologizing. Instead, there are positive evaluations, that so-and-so is doing well, for example, or making splendid progress. It is the same for the apprentices. They do not seem to thank Buddha in scripture either, though they make positive remarks, such as how they have received enlightenment thanks to Buddha's guidance and have begun to see things for the first time. Modulation and variety are needed to express gratitude. I am not saying that you should not be grateful. The best thing to do when you are genuinely thankful to someone is to express your sincere gratitude, and it is best not to act in the same way when you are not truly grateful. Making a clear distinction here will make you more aware of when you are feeling gratitude. Particularly in a corporate setting, there may be times when people expect you to show your appreciation to them. I'm not suggesting that you refuse point blank to do so. What you should do is offer it in moderation. As with excuses and simple apologies, it is best to avoid repeating false words of gratitude or making excessive compliments. To properly convey your gratitude to someone, it is easier to communicate your feelings by increasing the variety of words you use, rather than repeating, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Let us say someone gives you something to eat. Be descriptive. Instead of merely saying or writing those 2 words in a note, tell them how you enjoyed the delicious taste or how everyone in your family enjoyed it. Instead of saying, "Thank you," which everyone does, give some thought to choosing the words that best describe your reaction. The more effort you put into coming up with something unique and original, the sharper your mind will become. Think about what it was that the other person did or said that made you happy, and you will continue to expand the lexicon of words at your disposal. What should you do when you receive something that you do not like? Lying and forcing yourself to tell them that the food they gave you tasted delicious not only increases your stress level, it is also inconsiderate. They may believe you and give you the same thing again, which would be a waste of time, money, and effort for them. It is best to stick to the facts. An honest response such as, "It has been a while since I ate mushrooms," would be smart. You could also make specific suggestions for what you might prefer another time. Suppose you are sorry to be incapable of appreciating the gift. In that case, you could blame yourself, saying you have never acquired a taste for the item, instead of making a direct apology. Breathing. While people often say you should breathe from your tanden, a point below your navel, or breathe deeply and relax, The way to breathe is not the most important thing to note. Speaking for myself, I do not tend to use different breathing methods in my meditation. I think the important thing is not how you do it, but rather the effort you make to focus on the activity itself. Let us think about how you breathe in everyday life. You will be short of breath if you are irritated, upset, agitated, or excited, or if you're trying to force someone to do something. Your breathing is slow and deep when you are relaxed, and it is short and sharp when you are nervous. When you meditate for a while and start to focus on your breathing, you become aware of how shallow your everyday breathing has been. You may be talking with others, having a meal, or working. When you turn your attention to your breathing, you will become aware that it is very shallow when you are frustrated or trying to impress others. It will dawn on you that you cannot continue to strain yourself in this way. Once you realize the strain that you have been putting on yourself, your mind will automatically make the necessary corrections for proper breathing. You change when you realize that there are issues with your image. You change the way you speak when you realize that your speech is awkward. You change your mindset when you notice a distortion in how you think. By becoming aware of the discomfort of shallow breathing, your breathing will start to change. Once your breathing is comfortable and even, the negative emotions linked with strained breathing will go away. The desire to boast or to reproach others will begin to weaken. As you focus on your breathing during meditation, it is possible through practice to notice the different emotions that pass through your mind. By doing this, it will gradually feel more comfortable to become aware of your feelings. In the same way that you observe others, read their faces, and understand their behavior, by focusing on your breathing, you will develop the ability to spot the signals that determine the direction that your mind wants to take. Practice observing your emotions as you focus on your breathing during meditation, and your breathing in everyday life will eventually adjust so that it is no longer strenuous but in sync with your mind. 2. Listening. Buddhist meditation is essentially the practice of using the state of concentration achieved while meditating as a tool to observe the movements of one's mind. You may hear the sounds around you as you focus, which may prompt your thoughts to wander. Your thoughts will acknowledge the sounds, recognize them, and react to those they find unpleasant. You then practice concentrating on the sounds around you and on preventing your thoughts from further wandering, so the chain reaction will stop there. Based on the meditation lessons that I offer, I find that beginners tend to concentrate solely on the unpleasant sounds they start to hear. An effort to focus only when they hear something annoying is not going to help them. In this section, you will practice concentrating on listening in order to control the stimulation that enters your mind through your sense of hearing and stopping unwanted thoughts from buzzing around in your head. Do not be brainwashed by sounds. Be aware of what is going on. Maybe you have experienced being frustrated, taking it out on something, and feeling worse because of the sounds that you may have made in the process. This happens because these very sounds will further stimulate anger within you and lodge in your mind. It is no exaggeration to say that every day you risk being affected by the threat of being brainwashed. Stimulating sounds and images from television are bound to have an impact on your mind when you are in the habit of watching programs without much conscious thought. Some things will have a substantial effect and stay in your mind, setting off noises of unconscious thinking. Keep listening to the simple tunes that accompany TV commercials, for instance, and they will set root in your mind before you know it. The same applies to words, phrases, and slogans that you have heard in the past. They may initially strike you as distasteful, as if pushing you to accept someone else's opinions. But on hearing them repeatedly, you develop the illusion that they were your idea in the first place. That is when they change from words that are imposed on you to words that you have articulated. It is good to lend an ear to words and sounds when you know they are positive and will guide you in the right direction. But it is dangerous to be subjected to repetitions of the negative without being conscious of their impact on your mind. An example of that is the case of the Aum Shinrikyo Doomsday sect, whose members kept saying over and over, "We will train, we will train, we will train," and "We will make offerings of money, offerings of money, offerings of money." When you think about it, it is never a good idea to keep listening to shouts, screams, or other sounds of aggression. These are noises that, once heard, continue to irritate the deepest part of your mind. Words of attack rush through your head and leave negative traces behind, accumulating in your subconscious before you realize what is happening, until, that is, something sets them off, so that they rise to the surface and pop out of your mouth. Besides violent sounds, it is also probable that a person who is continuously screaming at other people will negatively influence you. It is better to distance yourself from individuals like that, if at all possible. I hope you will take this opportunity to think about your usual surroundings. If you are raising children, for instance, an environment fraught with shouts, screams, or loud noises will have a negative impact on them and cause emotional instability. So it is better not to have fights with your spouse or make a lot of noise in front of your children. I suggest making it a habit to practice doing things without making a noise. Opening and closing the door, placing items on a surface, using tools, whatever you are doing, try to remember that you are aiming to do it quietly. That way you will do things more carefully, and your movements will be more elegant. Sharpen your awareness by focusing on impermanence. However, your mind has the habit of wanting to let in intense stimulation. Everyone is good at lending an ear to words of flattery, for instance. Indeed, I am sure you all listen attentively when someone is telling you how wonderful you are. Let us say you are standing inside a building. You are very good at listening to any unpleasant sounds outside because they are incredibly stimulating to your senses. And because of that, you will continue to be aware of them, and it may affect how you behave. If you look at this another way, you can say that you are unable to focus on less stimulating sounds. One example is the sound of a clock. You rarely pay attention to the clocks ticking at home during the day. And because the world is full of potent stimuli, your mind chooses to ignore such muted sounds. But once you stop doing whatever it is that you do and get into bed, your mind then prepares to rest, and the amount of stimulation it receives lessens. Because there is less stimulation, your mind then begins to look for more. That is when the ticking of the clock starts getting on your nerves. It is not as if the sound of the clock will go on forever. You know you will stop noticing it eventually. But you cannot help listening to it at that moment, and your mind acknowledges the frustrating stimulation, telling you how noisy and irritating it is when you are trying to get to sleep. Indeed, before long, your mind will become bored by that stimulation and stop focusing on the noises around you, forgetting about the sound of the clock. It will now turn its attention to something more stimulating, the things that concern or worry you, from little things such as wondering if you will be able to get to sleep and wake up on time the next morning, to more serious concerns about your life. Your mind will now start to wander, hoping to find more significant worries that will stimulate it. By that time, tiny sounds like the ticking of your clock will have disappeared from your mind completely. Let us consider the possible ways to escape from this type of situation. From the time you get up in the morning until you retire at night, you hear many sounds. The majority of these sounds will not stimulate your kleshas of desire or anger. Maybe the sounds that you hear during your daily commute are dull. Perhaps you could not care less about the conversations that people are having aboard the train. You cannot engage with this sort of background noise, and you try to ignore it. Many people try to distance themselves by listening to their favorite music on their iPods, thus stimulating their kleshas. But by making this a regular habit, you will strengthen the impulse to reject sounds that appear uninteresting to your mind, encouraging it to replace them with exciting sounds that stimulate it in a negative way. A simple routine like this, blocking out ambient sounds by listening to music, will condition your mind to always search for stimulation. Your mind will learn that it merely needs to reject uninteresting sounds that bring on little stimulation, yet are detrimental to your ability to concentrate. Make it a habit instead, not to rely on sounds that are highly stimulating. Be alert. Do not ignore your surroundings. Lend an ear to voices and other sounds that do not stimulate your emotions of desire or anger. Instead, try to generate a neutral feeling inside you. Here is one way to practice focusing on a particular sound. You are standing in a room. It is filled with the noise of people bustling around. Look out of the window and notice the wind. You probably have not done that because you have been tuned in to the sounds around you. Once you focus on the subtle sound of the wind, you may be surprised to learn that it can stimulate your mind in a positive way. Keep focusing, zoom in on the sound, and your awareness, which has been suppressed by the various noises immediately around you, will be revived, and you will be left feeling refreshed. The reason why the sound of the wind had earlier seemed boring is because distractions had dulled your awareness. Pay close attention to similar details, and you will notice that things are continually changing. Everything created in this world continues to change at a breathtaking rate, and nothing is permanent. That is what impermanence means. You go about your daily life, preoccupied by things that stimulate you in a negative way, and you are not aware of subtle, more satisfying forms of stimulation. But as you become aware of the minute changes of impermanence and learn to sharpen your awareness to keep up with its speed, you can gradually hone your sense of perception and achieve a deeper sense of satisfaction. Open your ears to the sounds of the world, and your world will change. Because the modern world is so full of stimulation to your sense of hearing, you often tend to become desensitized, even to conversations that are moderately stimulating. It should not be difficult to listen to your boss or a colleague at work because the office is an inherently stimulating environment, and you know that you should listen to what they have to say. Yet the stimulus of your workplace is not enough. Your mind starts to wander, and it ends up with a mix of unneeded thoughts perceived as internal noise. Let us say you were listening to your favorite music on an iPod right before you started talking to someone about your work. Your unconscious is already hesitant at that point. It is vigorously entertaining the thought that you do not want to listen to monotonous sounds or voices that do not interest you, and it is not easy to conveniently switch to a state in which you can focus on the conversation about work. You have been listening to great music until that point, and rejecting the boring sounds around you, and so naturally it will affect the conversation you have with the person in front of you. On the other hand, if you have been paying attention to all the subtle sounds around you before starting the conversation, you will be in a focused frame of mind and ready to listen carefully to what the other person has to say. You will not have to pretend that you are listening, but will do so automatically. You will concentrate on the conversation fully and understand what needs to be understood. Be it the sound of a person's voice during a conversation, the voices during a meeting, or the sounds made by birds or the wind, it is not wise to focus only on a brief moment and consider that the end of the sound. According to Buddhist belief, everything is connected or interdependent. Everything happens because of the connections that exist beyond the flow of time and through individual interactions, what is known as dependent arising. So if you want to communicate well with your significant other, you should listen carefully to what the people at work have to say. If you want to communicate well with the people at work, you should listen carefully to the sounds you consider off-puttingly loud and noisy when you are in town, or the sounds you find boring and monotonous during your commute. And if you want to develop the ability to open your ears to such subtle sounds, you should pay attention when your loved one wants to talk to you, and so on. Everything affects everything else, and is part of an interconnected whole, like the stars that make up a constellation. Do not discriminate between those stars. Give an equal amount of attention to every one of them, and the world of the sounds around you will become enriched. Communication basics. Observe the signals of pain released by others. When interacting with others, you are often overly preoccupied with what the other person is saying. It is not as if everyone is a professional speaker. As only a handful of people can talk about things that interest the listener, You may naturally find some conversations boring if you are focusing solely on what they are saying. Here is an example. Your significant other is complaining about work. Maybe it is boring to you, but it is not as if your loved one wanted to tell you about work in the first place. They want to gain your understanding. What is most important when you are on the receiving end is to see and accept the person's emotions. Focus on things other than what they are saying. Note the pitch of their voice, the speed of their speech, and changes in their breathing. Focus first on the sounds, and you will realize that interesting changes occur in quick succession. His or her voice might become high-pitched and nervous, or suddenly switch to low and relaxed. The fast, furious speech might become clear and precise. Due to a lack of stimulation, because the topic appears boring, your mind turns on the command to ignore what they are saying. Instead of listening, you end up thinking about other things, unless the person speaking is someone new and exciting and therefore stimulating to your mind. But the more observant and perceptive you are, you will start to notice how the person's breathing and their tone of voice can change in a flash. You will have begun to understand impermanence, and with that in mind, their complaints about work will no longer be boring to you. Indeed, what they say will start to become very interesting. Continue to strengthen your observations, and you will be able to observe how the level of suffering fluctuates in your loved one. For example, when he or she starts to pause with a meaningless or well, it means their concentration is breaking up. Their mind is in a state of confusion from their attempt to process irrelevant information while they speak. When someone starts pausing like that, you can tell yourself that they are confused. Do not interrupt or try to rush them, but just settle down, listen, and observe. There are also times when they may halt, take a moment to breathe, and then suddenly start to speak in a rapid-fire manner. Those are signs that they are experiencing a strong sense of bitterness. Or they may not say anything after taking a breath. Maybe they want to say something, but cannot manage to say it. The same applies to a person whose voice suddenly becomes higher in pitch, or who suddenly starts chattering or begins to sound harsh. A person who tends to hold back their emotions will not want to acknowledge their anger. Because of that, he or she may suddenly start to speak politely or in a flat, monotonous tone. Since it will be clear to anyone observing that the person is suppressing their anger, the words will not be perceived as pleasant, however. Forcing yourself to put a lid on boiling emotions simply will not work. It is not possible to sound calm when that does not reflect what you have inside you. Your emotions also continue to change in an instant. A person may stare at you, or they may avert their eyes, and their facial muscles may be either tense or relaxed. Whatever the case, take a moment to observe these small changes that signal the person's distress. When you begin to supplement those little things with understanding, you are likely to develop a genuine interest in them and want to do something to help alleviate their pain. Because you are not sensitive to the distress signals that people send out, you often ignore their cries for help. You may even add to their burden by making an offhand remark, such as that they are repeating themselves. Or you may become annoyed that the person is making a habit of complaining to you so they can feel better, and that stress will add to your anguish, when in reality they are not feeling better at all. They may be having difficulty breathing, their facial expressions distorted with pain, and their voice sounding uncomfortably high-pitched. All miscommunication between individuals is based on the delusion that the other person is experiencing emotional relief, if not a sense of pleasure, at your expense. You can brush aside that veil of delusion by focusing your attention on the information that comes from that person, the sound of their voice, for example, and realize in the process that what they are expressing is nothing other than the pain that they are going through. Only then are you able to feel compassion or a sense of mercy for the person. Once you clear your mind and stop having unnecessary thoughts, you enable yourself to pay close attention to each tidbit of information you receive, however trivial it may seem. You will usually perceive such information as intriguing. Your mind will learn that this is how your emotions can gradually settle down to a peaceful state. As a result, you will be able to concentrate on conversations that may not seem very stimulating. Challenging yourself to manipulate your mind in this way will produce unexpected benefits. When criticized, look for pain in the one who criticizes and give yourself room to breathe. Making a habit of focusing your awareness on the sounds that a person makes will help you stay calm when they say something negative, such as when a colleague criticizes something you have done. You will be frustrated enough as things stand if your work is not going well. At that stage, the disturbing emotions in your subconscious are already on the move, making you angry and upset that things are not going your way. Negative words of criticism when you are in a state like this will only fan the flames and make your dejection worse. You may become angry at the person for their words, prompting more uncomfortable emotions to accumulate inside you. But remember, although you may feel as if you are getting back at that person by criticizing him or her in your mind, you are the one who will suffer as a result. To stop hurting yourself with the poison that we call anger, you must stop processing information when it comes into your head. The moment you start to feel uncomfortable, make an effort to push your thoughts back to where they were before the information first began to come in, and think. You are becoming emotional simply because sound waves have hit your hearing. You must now analyze and clearly define their sound types. Based on real information, such as tone and pitch, explore what lies behind the words the person has said to you. First of all, remember that pain or stress is likely to be prompting them to say those words. They are acting that way because they want to relieve their pain by criticizing you. However, note that it will not help to tell yourself that the person is only saying those terrible words because they too are suffering. You will not be able to convince your mind unless you have a real sense of the evidence that supports their pain. Rather than listening absently to their negative remarks, it is wise to pay as close attention as possible. If they are criticizing you in a grave voice, and it sounds as if something is caught in their throat, it means energy from their klesha of anger is behind their criticism. Because anger is stimulating their brain, they will misread the situation, feeling good to have that stimulation. But in reality, the person is being guided by their klesha of anger. It is making them hurt themselves with the poison of anger, adding to their pain. Or they may appear euphoric, clearly enunciating their words while making nasty remarks or criticizing you, sounding deliriously happy. That type of frenzy where they are looking down on others comes from the klesha of arrogance. People feel excited when the klesha of arrogance stirs up their mind because of the release of a neurochemical that functions in a similar way to adrenaline, leaving them exhausted once the sensation wears off. By taking a moment to stop your thoughts in this way and carefully observing those sounds, you will be able to find the pain that the person is experiencing. When they say something unpleasant, stop and analyze the information before you as you look for the source of their discomfort. You will be able to give yourself breathing space by understanding that they are suffering pain on a subconscious level. By making a habit of careful observation and analysis, you will learn to deal calmly with unpleasant situations without increasing the anger that is trying to build up in your own mind. The practice of stopping manipulative information from entering your mind. The steps I have just discussed are for those moments when you hear something unpleasant that makes you feel uncomfortable. Naturally, a better way is not to feel uncomfortable in the first place. For that, you need to practice stopping manipulative information from entering your mind so that the information is not then processed subconsciously. It is the practice of regularly focusing all your attention on the act of listening and stopping your thoughts from wandering. Whether they are pleasant sounds that stimulate your various desires, unpleasant sounds that make you angry, or monotonous sounds that touch on your klesha of ignorance, you should accept those sounds as they are and obtain as accurate a picture of them as possible. I am not saying you should take the words themselves at face value, rejoicing, for instance, when someone flatters you. Just remember to concentrate on the sounds as they are. It is a deep-rooted response in us humans to feel happy when we hear nice sounds, to be depressed by unpleasant sounds, and to ignore sounds that we perceive as boring. You become acutely aware of the sounds around you when you get into the habit of analyzing whether they are pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. As a result, you do less and less thinking in response to something that is said to you, and your mind does not overreact just because someone has made a nasty remark. Once you start to break away from the habit of instantly responding to sounds and learn to remain calm, you will be able to acknowledge that those sounds, whether pleasant or unpleasant, are simply stimulating your sense of hearing. It is essential to be aware that words of praise will bring you joy and hard criticism will bring on a sense of depression. Being prepared to expect such a mindset will allow you to respond more rapidly. Particularly with feelings of anger, you can stop your emotions from firing up if you brace yourself before you are seriously irritated. Quietly say to yourself, "Uh-oh, one more word from that person, and I know I'm going to start feeling depressed." Take a moment to stop and rally your thoughts while waiting for the other person to speak, and be prepared. Anticipate the sounds that will make you happy or unhappy. The important thing is to direct your attention to your own emotions rather than what you think the other person will say. Here is what Buddha said in a sutra called the Mahali Sutta. A person who listens to a voice and produces impulsive energy like anger or desire will lose subjective control. His mind will be preoccupied and obsessed with the story. The story of the different types of stress brought about by the voice will be amplified, and his anger and desire will damage his mind. A person who accumulates such damage will become a stranger to peace of mind. Buddha also said in the same sutra, when subjectively listening to a voice through the sensors of the mind, a person will neither resist nor be a slave to his desires. His mind will not be captured or obsessed with the voice. By listening or accepting a voice in such ways, the damage to his mind will disappear and no longer increase. Smelling. There are times when you are traveling by train or standing in a lift, and you find it impossible to ignore a smell emanating from the person next to you. But rather than overreacting to an unpleasant smell, you should try to be like Buddha and maintain control over your mind. You can allow these smells to exist, acknowledging that it is down to your mind being irritated by odors that stimulate your sense of smell, as in the following example. Your frustration increases because you are annoyed. Your anger increases, accumulating negative karma. Then you acknowledge that it is only a smell and stop overreacting. Your sense of smell is quick to react, and it also acclimatizes quickly to the stimulation. It responds quickly and gets numb, which means getting used to something will make it easy for you to lose interest and for your klesha of ignorance to get to work. Although you may have an acute sense of awareness of other people's smells, your own smell tends to be familiar, and you become insensitive to it. It is the same as getting used to the distinctive smell of your pets or the interior of your home. Stop at your door the next time you are away for a few days and check and see what it smells like inside the moment you open it. It is the same with bad breath. The Japanese word for anger is ikaru. It is written in Old Japanese using characters that also mean cutting the stomach, suggesting that anger can cause damage as if cutting the stomach with a knife. People today who suffer a lot of stress often have bad breath caused by hyperacidity. It often goes unnoticed, but it is vital to check if you have bad breath and to address the underlying stress, such as by practicing the techniques for focusing on sounds covered earlier in this chapter. If you like wearing perfume, I suggest using diluted essential oils extracted from natural ingredients like grapefruit or lavender instead of chemical fragrances. As for incense, I recommend natural scents like sandalwood or the aromatic wood agalloch. It is important to try to control the odors emitted by your body as much as possible by rethinking your diet if needed. As a vegetarian, I have noticed that the smells of my own body, my breath, body odor, and the pungency of my stools are becoming less and less strong, which is one reason why I suggest considering a vegetarian diet. You can still eat meat, but dilute the smells of your body by reducing your intake and balancing it with more vegetables. Seeing. There is an increasing number of different types of things today that stimulate your vision. If people from before the Meiji era, 1868 to 1912, were to see the vast array of movies, television programs, or video games available to you now, they would probably stare open-mouthed in astonishment without taking in the content. It is preferable, however, not to allow into your field of vision items that are overly stimulating. Once you become used to such an intense level of visual stimulation, you will be able to focus on other things that stimulate you, such as the face of someone you are meeting for the first time, but you will lose interest in less novel items, such as scenes in nature or people you see regularly, and will be easily distracted. What then should you look at, and in what way? Let us take a look at the practice of seeing. Strong images can feed your disturbing emotions. I can say clearly from a Buddhist perspective that it is preferable not to look at things that arouse anger or cause your mind to be confused. Is it not better to look at a clean room than a messy one, or to view a quiet scene in nature than a big crowd of rowdy people? I am not a strong advocate of television and other visual media that provide intense stimulation. Violent films, even the news, cover adverse incidents that can be disturbing. Variety and comedy shows can also be offensive. People get hit, smacked, made to do things they do not want to do, even if it is just an act, and then ridiculed. The audience laughs. That in turn triggers their aggressiveness, their anger, and their klesha of arrogance. You sometimes laugh when someone makes a surreal remark, which sounds funny because the information it conveys does not connect in the usual way. Things that would never happen in real life are linked and generate humor. When you continue to receive information of this kind on an unconscious basis daily, your conscious mind will start to get confused. It will have trouble connecting recollections and start believing that ideas you have heard from other people are your own ideas. It will strengthen the tendency to nurture ignorance. From a Buddhist standpoint, I suggest making a strong effort to look at things that have a neutral impact rather than those that arouse desire or anger. One example is when you are walking along a street. Do not ignore the scenes around you. Pay particular attention to how the small details in your field of vision change while you are in motion. Make a conscious effort to look at the things around you instead of merely seeing them responsively. Once you start to do that, you will begin to see that there are many things nearby that you may have previously ignored. I see a sign now. It is coming up closer. I have passed it, and it is now out of my field of vision. You will see the usual scenes that you previously considered boring in a new light and thereby boost your power of concentration. As you become more acutely aware of the little things that most people overlook, your attentiveness and sense of perception will deepen, and your mind will be clearer. It is best to avoid paying attention to things that inflate your ego. Examples of this are the emails on your mobile phone or computer, pay slips that tell you how much you make each year, or bank statements that show how much you have in your savings. Looking at things like this will negatively stimulate you. They may make you feel good initially, but the klesha of arrogance will eventually surface. Your desire to win people's recognition and your belief that you deserve it will be harmful to you in the long term. At the same time, you may also be shocked by the realization that you are not as popular or as well off as you would have liked. That will fan the anger inside you as well. The mind tends to look for short-term pleasure gained through stimulation. It is easy to succumb to stimuli that will make you feel good for now, but such actions will be detrimental in the long run. It is best to keep to a minimum the things you see that you know will affect your sense of pride or self. It is wise to resist the impulse to keep looking at such stimulating items. Misconception: I am suffering, but they are not. As I have been mentioning, it is essential to look at other people during a conversation. It is not just good manners. By taking note of a person's facial expressions as they speak, you will be able to detect what kleshas are guiding them or see their pain. Though they may not express it directly in words or actions, any klesha of anger or desire that may be present will inevitably surface and, most significantly, be revealed in their facial expressions. The key thing is to look at their eyes. Are they downcast, and does the person appear unsettled? Are they looking directly at you? Have they suddenly started to fidget nervously? This indicates that the noise of their thoughts is preoccupying their mind. A glance in another direction or a look clouded with emotion indicates the emergence of some klesha. Something else to note is the person's facial muscles. Are the muscles in their cheeks tense? Are they sporting a fake smile as if attempting to hide something? Are their brows furrowed? The creasing between a person's brows often appears without him or her being aware of it. It is important to note the expressions on a person's face because these are accurate reflections of what is going on in their mind. You can tell when someone feels pain, even if they do not say it. Once you start making these observations, you will not ignore the subtle changes during a conversation, which signal that you should change the subject under discussion. Body language is also essential to observe. Such movements may not be evident when a person is focusing hard during a discussion, but their body language will become more significant when that concentration is lost, and their posture will start to slacken. Playing with their hands, moving their fingers, fidgeting, stretching, all of these point to the emergence of a person's kleshas, making it difficult for him or her to carry on the conversation. Have you had the experience of talking with someone and the conversation does not seem to be quite in sync with their body language? You will be able to see the pain that is overwhelming them if you are observant, allowing you to react immediately by getting things back on track. If you can see the signs that indicate that the person is in pain, you will be able to generate feelings of compassion in your mind to help ease the other person's discomfort. On the other hand, if you continue speaking in the same vein, oblivious to their suffering, they will start to look bored and make negative remarks until you finally become aware of their pain. But people tend to get angry when they become aware of the other person's pain. What an attitude, not listening when you are speaking to them. How rude. You see the person as the aggressor and yourself as the victim. You are suffering, but they are not. But in truth, it is the other person who first started suffering. Try to understand that they are the victim, and the anger, the annoyance that you feel about their attitude, and the desire to go on the offensive should begin to dissipate. Do not give yourself feedback on your observations. What is most important when observing the pain in another person is to be objective, which means not allowing the emotional impact of your observations to fill your mind. For example, if someone looks bored when they listen to you speaking, you will tend to think that they are bored because of you. But constantly worrying about what others think of you reflects the klesha of arrogance. Do not give your emotions feedback on the other person's reactions to what you are saying. Look at it this way. If the person is not paying attention to you, it means they are in some kind of pain. Make it a habit to think about how you can reduce that pain for them. Please do not allow yourself to be disappointed in that person because they are ignoring what you say. Be objective. Think about the approaches that you can take to reduce the pain. Changing the topic or the way you talk may help. Do not be tempted to provide feedback to your klesha of arrogance, which wants to be recognized and accepted, or your klesha of anger, by vowing that you will not forgive the person for not bothering to listen to you. But it may not be possible to respond as you should straight away. If you have an important presentation coming up and want to stay calm in the face of a mixed response from your audience, the trick is to do what you can without worrying too much about winning over everyone. It would be nice to awe everyone with your presentation, but if that is not possible, one way to cope is to allow those who look bored to fade into the background. Some will pay close attention during your presentation, and others will be doodling on their notepads. Focus on the people who look interested. Watch them, and see if they appear to stay engaged throughout your presentation. If they do, it will prove that you have succeeded in carrying out your objective, which will mean that you will have also delivered as intended to others who may have at least some interest in what you have to say. But if you lose the ones you thought were interested during your presentation, it is best to change the direction you have been taking. The important thing is to avoid focusing on the easy targets. Do not concentrate on people who are rooting for you due to personal connections or who habitually lavish others with empty praise, and avoid those who cannot be objective. Otherwise, it will be tough to break out of this group and reach others. However, please remember that the measures outlined here are just suggestions. The main thing is not to ignore reality or people's pain. Another issue when speaking in public is stage fright. People who suffer from it have butterflies in their stomach and feel uncomfortable. The arrogance cliché invades their thoughts, generating concern about what will happen if they mess things up or if the audience thinks they are a failure. The result can only be a negative evaluation by the audience. Like those speakers who worry unduly about the audience getting bored, these types of people give too much thought to their relationship with those in front of them. If you are prone to this way of thinking, take a good look at the person or people you meet, regardless of how many there are in front of you. Try to be objective and take a moment to look at the expressions on their faces and see how they behave. Observe. Imagine taking a step back and zooming out for a broader view of them and their emotions, so that you have a bird's-eye view of the whole. And I repeat, do not give your emotions feedback on your observations. Pretend you are Buddha. Concentrate with your eyes half closed. Many of you have probably seen images of Buddha statues with their eyes half closed. These deities are not looking at anything in front of them. They are in the process of creating a state of total concentration. There are two ways to meditate, either with your eyes completely shut or half closed to narrow your field of vision. As seeing requires a great deal of energy, you close off your vision, either in full or halfway, to develop your ability to focus. When something happens and you feel that you are about to lose your composure, close your eyes to shut out everything in sight and concentrate on the movements within your mind. Anyone can do this to regain control of their mind. When you are upset or feeling nervous, simply close your eyes and focus on your breathing until you can regain your composure. If your mind threatens to go blank while you are giving a presentation, do not be afraid to close your eyes for a moment and concentrate on your breathing. The noise generated by the thoughts that emerge in response to the pounding of your heart will take over your mind otherwise, making it go blank. And the klesha of anger will rise up and push you into doing something that may make the situation worse. Please do not think reflexively like that. It will not help to get annoyed, angry, or to panic. Stop what you are doing so you can compose yourself and quieten that feverish impatience. You may suddenly forget what you were supposed to say next. If that happens, close your eyes, prevent visual information from entering your mind, and concentrate. Then it will come back to you. It is a mistake to believe that anything can happen if you wish it to happen. That is a klesha, and the harder you try to believe it, the more your head will start to spin. It will go around in circles, you will lose track of what you were supposed to say next, and your mind will go blank. Do not panic. It is important to stop what you're doing, stop what you're thinking, reset everything, and go back to where you began with a clear mind. Always be aware of your facial expressions. So far, we have been discussing seeing from your own perspective. But just as you see other people, it means that they are also taking in images of you. First, be aware that every move you make is being watched by others and affecting them subtly. Most people give themselves feedback based on their observations of other people, and the slightest movement in another person's eyes or face can cause them to relax or make them wary. So when you are face to face with someone, it is better not to tense your face, furrow your brows, shift your gaze back and forth, or move one part of your body or another when it is not necessary. Always bear in mind, just a small corner of your mind will do, that when you meet people, they will be looking at you as an image, which will be providing stimuli to their mind. Let us say you are spending time with your partner and stealing glances at other men or women, or shifting your gaze to anything other than your beloved. Even if you do not mean to reject them, They will feel sad that you are not paying attention to them and believe that you are not listening to anything they are saying. It is essential to look at them, concentrate on them, and give them your undivided attention. You need to show that you are seeing them. On the other hand, maybe it is the other way around, and your partner is not paying attention to you. Do not complain in words. Draw their attention back to you through physical contact. Hold their hand or snuggle up to them. That way, they will be more aware of you, and it will be easier to bring their attention back to you from whatever is distracting them. As to friends or interpersonal relations at work, you tend to exchange fewer words and speak more slowly with another person when you are both relaxed. When you feel comfortable with a colleague, it may not be necessary to speak to each other to convey acceptance while sharing the same space. A friendly look or a gentle smile is all that is needed. As long as you know that you accept the other person and they accept you in turn, it can be very relaxing without the need for many words. Of course, you have to have some degree of mutual trust with that person for that to happen. By being aware that you look relaxed, you will be enhancing the level of relaxation that shows in your face. On the other hand, while attempting to look relaxed when you are not will seem contrived and have a negative impact, being aware of how you look will further enhance your positive emotions, making you look more relaxed. Conversely, you may suddenly look annoyed when you hear something unpleasant. When that happens, do not try to control the tension in your face. Be aware of the feelings of anger inside you at that moment. Observe them and let go. It is crucial to make it a habit to be aware of your facial expressions at all times. Laughing. Clichés determine the expressions that you see on most people's faces. A smile, in particular, is often used to cover something up. You have a strong tendency to try to protect yourself when things are not going well or when you face trouble. If you think about it, when people are experiencing their happiest moments, they look fully relaxed or wear a gentle smile on their face. Many Japanese people who do not speak English struggle when approached by a foreigner, and for some reason they laugh. But it does not mean they are having a good time. It indicates that they are very nervous and probably exhausted from the effort they are having to make. A fake smile like that is caused by the cliché of ignorance to cover oneself up. You want to say it's okay, things are going well, but because there is a mismatch between your mind and the look on your face, you end up feeling stressed. When you get into the habit of being aware of your expressions, you will start to notice when your face is tense and gain a sense of the pain that is causing it. You will realize that it is the stimulation of pain that is making you respond strangely, such as laughing, and be able to stop sporting those awkward, stilted smiles. On the other hand, remember that there is likely to be underlying tension when a person wears a stiff, unnatural smile on his or her face. It is their pain that is ordering them to put on a fake smile. Make it a habit to look at people in that way, and you will stop being misled by what they say or how they look. A person who is laughing is being affected by intense stimulation. A hysterical laugh means they are considerably excited. I think comedy shows on television are popular because people have a subconscious desire to receive stimulation from comedy, which has a significant impact upon us, overriding our woes and letting us forget about our stress in real life. I loved to watch comedy shows back when I was living with a lot of stress. But if you think about it, laughter usually seems to be triggered by one of three poisons. 1, a sense of superiority from making fun of the mistakes made by others, or greed, which is wanting more for ourselves. 2, emotional identification with the aggressive stance of a comedian on television. 3, confusion caused by absurd words or actions, or ignorance or doubt. In other words, comedy can instill in you the cliché of greed, which is desire or anger, ignorance or doubt if you watch it without thinking. And on television, laugh tracks are added, and in Japan, subtitles appear on the screen as if telling people when they are supposed to laugh, pressing viewers to conform to their expectations. Perhaps comedy is associated with peer pressure based on the fear of an inability to laugh when everyone else is having a great time. It is okay if you are laughing because you are genuinely enjoying the show in a relaxed way. But if you are laughing at someone, a comedian, and their faces are looking strained, try taking a step back and watching their expressions. You will then gain a sense of compassion for them that they are laughing because of certain kleshas in their mind. You will not have to be the only one who is feeling uncomfortable, and you will not have to force yourself to laugh along with the crowd. Instead, you are bound to feel relaxed. Any tension will disappear from your face and be replaced by a faint smile. Make it a habit to carefully monitor the expressions on people's faces, including your own, and that will allow you to be comfortable. Once you are comfortable, it will be natural for a gentle smile to appear on your face. If you ever feel that you are forcing yourself to laugh or that you are laughing too loudly, direct your mind away from the situation towards a feeling of relaxation. Lift the corners of your mouth just a tad into a gentle smile. Practice stopping yourself from being swallowed up by intense stimulation without realizing it. You are attacking someone when you make fun of them and laugh about it, and the same psychology is at work when you laugh at your own mistakes. Though you do not want to make a mistake, it just happens. It hurts your pride, which is frustrating and unacceptable, so you split yourself into two. One half makes fun of you, and the other half attacks you. The moment you think to yourself that it is frustrating, which you do not like, you side with the half that is making fun of you. It is the klesha that wants you to be smart. It makes you want to maintain an image of yourself as a sophisticated individual who can acknowledge the mistake they have made and laugh about it. In these ways, I think that when you laugh, you tend to feed your delusions while simultaneously attempting to forget what is happening. Note also that, when you laugh, the noise coming from your thoughts that urges you to fake a response or make fun of something will also increase. Always try to be aware of your facial expressions and eliminate unneeded tension so that you can smile gently and comfortably. Allow me to add that it is crucial to calm down your kleshas of desire and anger to avoid smiling in an insincere way. For reading and writing, with the development of the internet and email, your communication methods have changed dramatically over the last 2 decades. The desire to connect with others and be accepted has created a massive market for transactions, involving enormous amounts of money. In this section, I would like to talk about reading and writing, including the internet and email. As you listen, please also refer to the seeing section we just covered. The desire to be accepted can generate money. As you saw earlier, the 10 precepts of Buddhism include an instruction to avoid idle talk. Idle or meaningless chatter, as previously discussed, refers to talk that is not beneficial to the person on the receiving end or that will oblige them to respond as a social nicety. My feeling is that you are seeing more and more meaningless chatter swilling around in the world today. Meaningless chatter can be useful at times, but if that is all you have going on, you will not have room to conduct productive or meaningful discussions. While it may not be possible to eliminate idle talk, it might be sensible to decrease it by about 1/3. Underlying meaningless chatter is the klesha of greed, in the form of a desire to be accepted and avoid being disliked by others. There seems to be a particularly strong connection between the desire to be accepted by someone and an opportunity to generate money, which applies to mobile phone calls and texts, emails, blogs, and online social media in general. Blogs, or weblogs, originally began as a way for people to post on the internet sources for news and other topics that interested them. Then someone developed software for creating blogs. It became easy to set up web pages without needing to be an expert in computer programming, and a rapid spread ensued. Blogs in the form of diaries became popular, and they eventually became a tool for people to express themselves. But according to a survey conducted by the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, less than 20% of the blogs found on the internet are updated more than once a month, which suggests that many people may have begun a blog, found they were unable to continue updating it, and so left it unattended. It is easy to start a blog in the hope that other people will see it, But unless the blog is completely unique or on an intriguing subject, they will not go to the trouble of leaving comments. If people do not respond to what you have written, it is likely to leave you feeling lonely and rejected. Many people will therefore choose to stop working on their blogs to save their pride, and it is wise to bear in mind that these weblogs can feed your kleshas. Writing a diary and sharing it with the public will nurture the desire to gain understanding and recognition from others, which will lead to the pain of rejection when you see that this is not happening. Even if you receive just 5 comments, the pain of wanting to be recognized will disappear briefly, lessening the anguish and making you feel good. But although the pain may have stopped during that moment, it will continue to exist in different forms. You know you have to keep writing well, but cannot come up with an engaging topic. You are not sure if you will be able to write something that will interest other people. Those 5 comments are not enough, and you will suffer the pain of wanting more comments. What is the biggest issue? If you were to give a score out of 10 for the pain you felt during your initial concerns while writing the first installment of your blog, those 10 points of pain will disappear when people read it and appear to have been replaced by 10 points of pleasure. Your mind will then unconsciously register that it has experienced pleasure because of the pain, and that the pain of uncertainty and effort is therefore a good thing. It will brainwash you into believing that more pain is welcome if it means more pleasure. What you are doing is going ahead and increasing the pain or stress that is of no help to anyone. Because you will be under the illusion that 30 points of pain caused by doubting if you will be able to write well will result in 30 points of pleasure. When that pain disappears, you will continue to allow the pain to snowball. And eventually, when you can no longer bear the pressure of having to update your content and have people evaluate it, it will come as no surprise that you will want to forget about your blog. Then there are the social networking sites, or social media such as Facebook or Instagram, or the local social media service Mixi in Japan. Accounts on social media are not open for public view, and others cannot see your page unless you acknowledge one another. While it enables you to become friends with your friends' friends and build your connections, I think the most significant advantage of these sites is that your writing does not have to be as impressive as the content of a blog. While it is not easy to write intriguing diary entries or articles on social media every day, friends who have registered with you will see what you post. And so there is not the same fear that no one will read what you write as there is with a blog. Because you will know immediately by checking your browsing history whether your friends have been looking at your posts, you can experience the illusion that someone is always reading your content and accepting it to make you happy. For that reason, there has been an explosion in recent years in the number of people who use social media. But to achieve that experience, there is an unspoken understanding that you will read your friends' diaries and post comments as well. It may seem as though you are making more and more friends when you have an increasing number of people registered with your account. But the larger the number, the greater the pressure on you to reciprocate. You will need to keep updating your posts, and you will also have to read other people's posts and make comments. And even if their posts do not interest you in the least, you cannot be honest and say you are not interested, which means you will have to lie to yourself and start accumulating pain in your mind. That happens because, in addition to not wanting other people to dislike you, you believe that you are not a cold-hearted person who is not interested in other people's affairs, nor are you a bad person who would lie and pretend to be interested. You are trying not to see who you are. In Buddhist terms, this klesha of a lack of shame is called muzan. It is a movement of the mind that makes you do things that are not good without a second thought and oblivious to the consequences. Pretending to be interested when you are not, and lying to yourself to overlook such self-deception would fall under muzan, I think. If you are finding these practical steps for mental clarity and a peaceful mind helpful, please consider supporting the author and project by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days or purchasing the book via the Amazon link in the description. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases. Now, let us continue. Disturbing emotions accumulate when you keep wanting more. For many years, I have had a website where I provide information about Zen meditation and consultation, and I am aware of the pitfalls of doing that. How can you use the internet, a very convenient tool, without being overwhelmed by your kleshas? First of all, if you write blogs or articles, I suggest writing the initial content on a sheet of paper by hand. Do not continue to be connected online. Piece together a draft manually, organize your key points, and then go online and start writing. When typing on a keyboard, which you can do much faster than writing by hand, I think you often end up being controlled by your high-speed thoughts, and this will show through in the finished piece. You produce articles on things that you want to write about, and you do not bother refining them. You do not give yourself the chance to consider whether they will be beneficial to readers. I think it is a good idea to spend a little more time writing something that is high in quality, has value as information, and makes people happy. Let us say you come up with 10 topics on which you would like to write. It is sensible to consider and select just 3 or 4 of those 10 items. Because you will have extra content to work with, you can eliminate the parts that are not relevant, so only the most appropriate material remains. Maybe you cannot wait to get started, but I suggest making a considered selection and paying close attention to the choices that you have made in the process. Avoid being driven by your emotions to write things that make you unhappy. Although many people today seem to be using the internet to give bad reviews of movies they did not enjoy or restaurants they do not like, writing negative things will simply agitate the person who is doing the writing. And in turn, there will be people who get excited criticizing what he or she has written. Maybe they all write hoping to help rid the world of unpleasant things. But all they are doing is doubling, tripling, and quadrupling the klesha of anger in their mind, with an increase in stress and a very negative impact on them both physically and psychologically. It is better to stick to writing only about the films and restaurants you have enjoyed and to offer information that will leave the listener thinking it has been helpful. Write only about the things you have enjoyed and never write anything negative. When you receive a comment or a response on your website, whether it makes you happy or sad, do not get too excited. Do not start walking on air because more people visit your site or you are receiving words of praise. Think of that joy as a manifestation of pleasure in response to the pain of wanting recognition. Leave it at that, and you should be able to avoid obsessing over results that will only boost the negative kleshas in your mind. On the other hand, maybe you are getting fewer visitors or you are receiving negative responses. Do not be upset. It is better not to conduct traffic analysis, so you will not have to worry about the number of visits. You can also eliminate the sections for comments and trackbacks. You might as well not have a question and answer section if you're going to be depressed when no questions come in. Encouraging other people to respond and say positive things is only an attempt to satisfy your klesha of greed, a way of assuaging the negative feelings provoked by the pain of wanting recognition. The stronger your desire to be accepted or to write negative things yourself, the bigger those kleshas will become, distorting your mind. If, when you use the internet, you end up feeling drained and depleted, this is a sign that your kleshas are getting out of hand. To regain control, I suggest that you take a step back and reevaluate how you use the internet. Anonymous posting on the internet makes you more shameless. Much of social media revolves around the sense of uniqueness and identity of its users, based in turn on the klesha of greed that makes them want everyone to accept them. Conversely, many posts are often anonymous, with the person's identity omitted. People who make them tend to act differently from the person they are in real life, or use a screen name so they can pretend to be someone who does not really exist. Anger can play a significant role in online forums in which people can say what they want without revealing their identity, which can easily tie into a desire to attack someone. The reason for this is paradoxical. When someone does not act like the person they usually are, the result will be that their true nature is revealed. When writing anonymous posts or using a screen name to act as a different character, you believe that you are acting like someone else, and it is not who you are. Because you are sure that it is only a made-up character, you can attack others online, spread sexual fantasies and delusions, or even go as far as to make death threats. Naturally, you believe that people will not find out what you are doing, but more than that, you do not need to think that you are such a terrible person who would do things like that. It is the klesha of muzan, or shamelessness, at work here, in which you lose control by fooling yourself into thinking that it is a different individual who is doing those awful things online. The apparent hatred that you express while pretending to be someone else is an expression of the true self inside you that you keep tucked away in a deep corner of your mind. When you write offensive words on online forums, the rage this provokes in you stimulates your mind, and your brain rewrites that as something that feels good. While you may think that it has helped you feel good and forget your troubles, what has happened is that you have stimulated your klesha of anger. The noise level in your thinking has increased, and your pain has intensified. Pleasure is something that does not exist physically. It is an illusion that you experience when your pain decreases and the brain misinterprets the elimination of pain as pleasure. That is the truth that you embrace in Buddhism, the concept that everything is bitter. Once you experience the taste of pleasure, you want it more and more, and for that you seek more pain. And when someone is in agreement with the pain within you, your klesha of greed or desire will surface, stimulate your mind, and become addictive. Even when someone contradicts you, your addiction deepens as the stimulation of anger against that person fans your klesha of anger. As your klesha of anger is affected simply by looking at negative posts, I believe it is wise to avoid them completely. Most of you today have mobile phones, so you can check how many comments you are getting for your online diaries and the extent that people like them, anytime and anywhere. Every time you do this, your subconscious mind receives intense stimulation, like an electric shock. Negative stimulation happens when you see that no one has been reading your posts or fewer comments have been received, crushing your self-esteem and increasing your pain. In these ways, seeking to fulfill the desire to be recognized by other people is a waste of time and simply feeds your ego. If you are in the habit of checking the amount of traffic or comments you receive on your blog or social media page, I would suggest stepping away from that routine. Do not pique someone's self-esteem even in a casual email. When typing an email, pay attention to writing with care. Read it over and see if it conveys effectively what you mean to say. Unlike speaking to the recipient in person, the advantage of writing an email is that you can spend plenty of time putting it together. You should remember what you write can also be read repeatedly by the recipient, which means that the impact you make will be significant, whether positive or negative. Angry feelings conveyed in an email will continue to stimulate the recipient for a very long time, if not forever. You have time to review and rewrite your emails. Rather than sending an email as quickly as possible, you should note the impact your words may have on the recipient. As in any writing, I suggest drafting the critical points by hand and then typing the email and checking to see if your desire to boast, however indirectly, or your desire to make the listener understand you does not appear too often. Read over your email. Does it contain any traces of anger, as if you are blaming the recipient for something? Are you asking a work colleague why he or she did not leave a particular document where you asked them to leave it? If so, rewrite it. Ask them to tell you where the document can be found and leave it at that. Regardless of whether you have the right to ask why you did not receive the file, it is better to eliminate any suggestions of anger, annoyance, or arrogance in an email. I have noticed that many people seem to start writing their emails with an excuse for not writing sooner. While it will depend on the recipient's personality, I think it could hurt his or her pride just a little. You probably do not mean it, but the underlying nuance is that you are sorry you have not responded when you know that he or she has been waiting to hear from you. You will be showing the recipient the subconscious image that you have of them. A person you do not mind leaving on their own, someone who can be made to wait. People are sensitive to changes in the way others see them. Whether or not the recipient had been waiting for your reply, they may feel a little irritated, objecting to being thought of as someone who has been made to wait. The decent thing to do is to try as much as possible to avoid piquing their self-esteem. It is impolite to start an email with the main topic you want to discuss, and when I feel the need for a buffer, I generally talk about the weather or current events. I do not add subjective views when I do that. I do not say it is depressing because of the continual rain or the freezing cold. I make it a rule to write only the facts. I might say, I am writing this email in a room where it is starting to get warmer after the rain, and ask how the recipient is doing, that the clock has just struck noon or there is a full moon in the sky. None of these words have much meaning to them, but they are only greetings. I think it is nice to avoid stimulating the recipient needlessly at the beginning of an email. As for text messages on mobile phones, many people are prone to measuring their love or friendship with others by how soon they receive a response to a message or whether they receive a lot of messages. Maybe they are in the habit of constantly checking their phone. Be careful not to start stimulating yourself visually by checking your mail notifications, being disappointed if nothing comes in, which is also stimulation for your mind, and wasting time going through your messages. I suggest controlling the urge to check your phone for messages and consciously reducing how much you do this. If you cannot do that, it means you are already addicted, so go ahead and let the shock hit you, then make an effort to drop that dependence. Observe your emotions by writing a journal. While writing emails or posting online is undoubtedly a handy way to set out your thoughts, for the observation of your emotions, I recommend writing a journal that will only be read by you. That is what the purpose of diaries has always been. Diaries posted online for public view are not only useless in helping you see your true selves, they can also skew your perspective. It is okay if you can write about yourself objectively without trying to make yourself look good. But most people will elaborate and exaggerate, hoping to make themselves sound intriguing to others and omitting anything that may be detrimental to their image. When writing a journal, I suggest being completely honest and writing about your emotions in the real sense of the word. Rather than simply saying you were irritated today, include the details as to why you were irritated. Maybe you became annoyed at such and such a time for a specific reason, but then your mood improved about an hour later when something happened. Jot down all the details. I am not suggesting that you get carried away and write that you would like more than anything for that terrible restaurant to go out of business. Be objective and write instead that you were irritated and wished that restaurant would go out of business. A diary is not an avenue for letting off steam. It is a record of the emotions generated by the experiences that you went through. If it is too much trouble to write all the details, simplify. You can rate the level of your emotions alongside a brief record of what happened during the day, such as mild anger, moderate anger, or furious anger. For example, I felt annoyed while I had lunch with so-and-so, and he made a sarcastic remark to me. This was moderate anger. Open your diary and read it after some time has passed. You will be able to see the transitions in your emotions objectively over the past 6 months or year, and it will eventually become easier to manage them. I would like to note that it is very refreshing and feels good to write to someone or receive a letter now and then, particularly now when you can do almost everything online. Planning. In order to continue to do something, it is important to plan. Planning requires thinking, so some people may think that it is the opposite of what this audiobook is saying, not to think. But by creating a plan at the outset and following it through, you will need to spend less time thinking about this, that, and the other thing, which will have a positive effect on your mind and body. For example, let us say you were thinking about writing an email. Before you get started, you glimpse some interesting news story online and start reading. And before you know it, 40 minutes have passed. You feel a little tired and go to the kitchen to make yourself a cup of coffee. After finishing your coffee, you come back to your computer irritated that you are not following your schedule. You start writing your email, but you are not in the right mood. Not only does it take longer to concentrate, but it is also turning out to be a terrible email. Sound familiar? People's moods can improve or worsen, depending on whether things are going as planned. That is why it is sensible to get started in exactly the way you want. But why is it that that does not always happen? It is because of the presence of your desires. You delude yourself into thinking that it will feel good to allow your desires to sway you. But in reality, it will make you unable to do what you need to do, while the buzzing of your thoughts in your head will be telling you that you should be doing something else, or remind you that you still have not done that other task, and the total amount of pain will be magnified. To avoid this and to accomplish what you set out to do, I recommend the following exercise. 1. Take time to make a plan. 2. Be aware that you will end up feeling bad if you do not accomplish your plan. 3. Discipline yourself not to look at things that will get in the way of accomplishing your plan. Start by creating a detailed plan. Make a list of the minimum requirements of things to be done within each time frame and establish the most efficient order in which to tackle them. Once you have done this, make a conscious decision not to change that order. Let us say you give yourself 30 minutes to do task A. Stop doing it when your 30 minutes are up, regardless of whether you have finished. Do not allow your desire to sway you to do more. Follow your plan and move on to task B. You can go back to task A later. Even if you do not finish task A as intended, it will feel good to know that you were able to follow your plan to stop and move on at the 30-minute point without slacking off. The important thing is to create a concrete plan. Make it rational so you will not question yourself along the way, wondering if the order should not have been different, thereby sparking thoughts that start to buzz around in your mind. Give yourself 10 or 15 solid minutes just to plan. Maybe it will not be possible when you are short of time, but it will be less efficient to start working wondering if your plan, or lack of a plan, is satisfactory. A good, well-thought-out plan made at the outset will mean greater efficiency in the long run. If you want to check the news or look at something on the internet halfway through, include it in your initial plan. Give yourself 20 minutes or so at the beginning and be sure not to go over that. Include a break for a little fun, and above all, stick to your plan. A kitchen timer is a great tool to use for these steps. Not the stopwatch function on your mobile phone or computer, but a simple kitchen timer. A gadget that has other functions will make it easy to slip up. You might make an excuse to yourself that you are going to check what time it is and look at your text messages while you are at it, which will take up more of your precious time. Once you set up a plan to give yourself an hour to do a particular job, stop thinking about your plan and focus on the work alone until your timer goes off an hour later. That is the way to refresh your mindset. Follow the rules based on the second point, knowing that you will feel bad if you fail to stick to your plan. It is also important to review what you are doing. If you do not do as you have planned, make a note of the negative feelings that arise as you tell yourself that this is how you end up feeling when you break the rules. As for the third point, disciplining yourself not to look at things that will get in the way of accomplishing your plan, there are ways to make it easier, such as by staying offline when using your computer, except when needed, or avoiding sites that are likely to tempt you to look at them. Still, the best way to take control of the sweeping movements of your thoughts is to get into the habit of not looking at what is there. If you're going to write an email, turn on your computer and try looking only at your email account and concentrating only on composing the email. Do not be fooled into believing that delays and changes are natural or that you cannot fight seductive triggers that lure you away from your plan. Stay true to your initial plan and practice maintaining the order you have set without being swayed by your mood. Keep doing that, and not only will you be more productive, you will also be correcting a habit of your mind to be attracted to things that offer more stimulation. It will help you to be in control. You will be able to stop your mind from wandering, regardless of the thoughts, desires, or anger that may suddenly arise, and get it back on track. Eating. There is never a shortage of products that have to do with dieting. Books and DVDs on dieting, health foods and devices for weight loss, and so on. It reflects how most people today tend to overeat, but the true nature of the problem is that people do not eat well. In this section, I would like to talk about ways to practice doing just that, eating well. The brain's mysterious ways. The more we tell ourselves not to eat, the hungrier we get. Why is it that people today overeat? It is because they cannot satisfy themselves. You should be able to achieve a sense of satisfaction if you eat when you are hungry. That is how you are structured. Yet you often eat a snack before you are truly hungry, and then eat again at the actual mealtime. You eat to satisfy your hunger and to enjoy the taste of the food because it relieves you of stress and can make the bad things in life appear to go away, at least for a while. Your blood rushes to your stomach after you eat to help digestion. You feel full and are unable to think too deeply about anything. Indeed, some people probably eat until they are fully sated or even past their limit because it helps them to stop thinking about their troubles. But because of the overeating, they will gain weight, and as a result, they will need to go on a diet. Yet the more you think about losing weight, the more challenging it becomes to succeed. You were stressed out, eating maybe a little too much to compensate, and now you need to go on a diet. Forcing yourself to stop overeating to relieve that stress will mean losing a way to cope with your concerns. You have got into the habit of eating to relieve your stress. That is why you want to eat so often. But denying yourself each time you want to eat something will only result in a new form of stress. These denials will add to the stress you have been facing in the first place. And, in reaction, you may start to eat even more in a classic case of diet rebounding, which is not at all uncommon. The issue here is the direction of your awareness. Once a person starts thinking that they have to go on a diet, they will always think about food. It is best not to think about food, but that is what they will always be doing, and in a negative way, that they cannot and should not eat. I think that is one of the mysteries about the brain, that the more you tell yourself you cannot do something, the deeper the thought will be planted there, causing you to be more interested in the thing that you cannot do. And it makes a profound impact that stays in your mind. And once you lose control, you will not be able to control your explosive impulse to eat. Learning how much is enough. When you look at things in the long run, severe dietary restrictions are bound to fail. You therefore need to change your approach. As you eat, stop vaguely registering the tastes, textures, and flavors. I want you to truly feel and experience the different tastes of the food that enters your mouth. Chances are you are probably experiencing less than 1/100th of the flavors and textures. That is because your mind is preoccupied with other thoughts, what you would like to do after your meal, or what a bad day it has been. As a result, what you are tasting is pushed to the background. If you wolf down a bowl of stew without noticing what it contains, pain will arise in your mind because it cannot fully acknowledge that you are eating. Next, it will tell you that the food is not enough, and it will then order you to consume more. Continue to eat like that, and you will form a habit of not taking in information. Take your time to chew and taste without simply swallowing everything, and start to appreciate the different sensations. Then you will be satisfied with the moderate servings that your body needs. It will become natural to eat less, and you will start to lose weight. It will be easy as you will not have to deprive your mind by force or put a strain on it. In this section, I would like to introduce you to the practice of spending time eating small portions. Since communication will often be the purpose of eating a meal with someone, distracting you from focusing on the food, I suggest trying it when you are alone. The weekends are a good time to eat simple meals of just brown rice and steamed vegetables, and to spend plenty of time tasting the food and giving your stomach a rest in the process. Eating without thinking. Lesson 1. Being acutely aware of your every action. You need to take action to put food into your mouth. Do not move any part of your body without thinking about it. Be acutely aware of what you are doing. Focus your attention on the movements of the muscles of your hand before reaching for your bowl of soup. Once you do, be aware that you are touching it. Now focus in the same way on your fingertips as you reach for the spoon. Feel the weight of the soup in your spoon as you bring it to your mouth. Feel the texture of the soup when your tongue comes into contact with it. Instead of swallowing the soup right then, first put that spoon down to where it previously lay. Do the same with your fork when you are eating solid food. Put it down after using it to carry something into your mouth. Do not chew during that action, because if you do, your awareness will begin to break up and scatter in different directions, and you will start thinking, making it difficult to concentrate on eating. Lesson 2. Paying attention to the movements of your tongue. It is the weekend, and you are sitting at your table with a plate of steamed vegetables and a bowl of brown rice in front of you. To make it easier to concentrate on chewing and acknowledging the flavors and the textures, close your eyes to prevent other information from entering your mind. Now start chewing. The food will gradually break down into pieces inside your mouth. The broken up pieces touch your tongue. Maybe you do not usually pay any attention to the movements of your tongue, but once you do, you will notice that it is always in motion. It is moving around inside your mouth, moving and mixing up the pieces of food, tasting it, feeling the texture. There is a tremendous amount of information there, which is usually omitted from your awareness as you are usually thinking about other things while you eat. But you are now focusing on the details. You are aware of what you are eating and how much of it you want to consume, the nutrition intake, and more. Your tongue perceives information from the textures and flavors, but it usually goes unnoticed, drowned out by the noise of your thoughts. Stop and pay attention. The tip of your tongue is in motion. Where is it now? What did it just touch? Now it has moved. Feel it. You chew while the food goes around in your mouth, biting it up and breaking it down. The food becomes smooth and thick. The flavors change, as do the textures. Try this exercise by following the movements of your tongue. The same applies to drinking. Do not drink without thinking. Be aware that you are drinking, that you have just drunk something. It is okay if you are a step behind. Maybe you have realized that you have just swallowed something without being aware of it, in which case you can say to yourself, "Oh," as you become aware. If you are tuned in to the information that continues to change from moment to moment, you will be too busy to think about other matters. As you continue to practice eating and drinking with heightened sensitivities, you will gradually start to take in the fine details of reality that have previously been overlooked and discarded. Zoom in on that information when eating your meals. You should start to see that happiness and fulfillment do not depend on what you eat or how much you eat, and that they are determined solely by whether your conscious mind stops to focus on your food. Cooking. When eating, the thing to remember is that you should not eat foods prepared in a slapdash fashion. You are likely to want to savor a meal prepared thoughtfully, so to eat correctly, a rule of thumb is to cook with care. Also, cook with care for others, and you will have a positive impact on those who observe the preparations. The trick to cooking with care is to prepare the ingredients quietly. Although one tends to associate food preparation with the chop, chop, chop sounds of vegetables on a cutting board, the pressure from that action crushes the plant cells unnecessarily. Slice your vegetables by gently inserting your knife at either the top or bottom of a vegetable, then pushing and pulling smoothly as you cut through it. That way, you will not crush the plant cells, there will be no needless damage to them or loss of nutrients, and you will also stop making a lot of noise while preparing a meal. Also, make it a rule to hold your knife straight. I have seen some people holding knives at an angle when they are slicing ingredients, and it only adds extra pressure to your cutting. It is best to set the ingredient on your cutting board at an angle and hold your knife straight. Try to avoid making those metallic sounds of pans and dishes coming into contact. Your movements will become more careful, more elegant. And one more thing. Do not get lazy about washing your knives and cutting board during the cooking process. Washing and clearing up as you go along will help you to be more attentive to the details. Organic vegetables, grown without pesticides or chemical fertilizers, are good for the health, and they have plenty of flavor, even when prepared with mild seasonings. While it is tempting to go for vegetables sold in bulk at discounted prices, buying cheap, non-organic produce means you are supporting a form of agriculture that destroys the environment by killing insects, and I do not recommend this. Some people may see it as self-indulgent to eat organically grown vegetables, but I think it is wise to stock up on high-quality produce that is good for us and full of authentic flavor. Discarding. The critical thing to note when tidying up or cleaning your home is to put things away after each use. It is easy to convince yourself that it is too much trouble to put things away when you know you will be using them again soon, but they are distracting to leave lying around. Your mind will turn to the items and focus on them, processing the information and recalling different things, which means small fragments of noise will start buzzing around in your thoughts. That is why it is best to leave in sight only the minimum number of items needed for whatever it is that you are doing. Particularly significant for people today are things related to the internet. If you do not often use it, switch the Wi-Fi off at the source. Left on, it will unconsciously remind you that you can go online at any time, causing noises of thoughts to do with email and blogs to arise in your head and preventing you from concentrating on more important things. It may be a bit of a bother to switch on the Wi-Fi every time you want to use it, but I would suggest taking that extra step to create a distinct change of pace. In a similar vein, you should always have open space in a desk drawer, a cabinet, or a closet. Making sure that you do not increase the amount of belongings you have will help create that extra space. It will also reduce the number of occasions where you will be trying to recall information about each item that enters your field of vision, which I can say from experience is very useful in decreasing the buzzing noise of the thoughts in your head. Do not own more than you need. This means not holding on to things, regardless of whether or not it is a physical object. In this section, you will discuss the mindset for throwing things away. The fear of losing things will weigh you down. Let us begin by considering what it means to own something. The first point is that the mind will have a strong recollection of the fact that you own the object. Secondly, the mind would have a strong resistance to losing the object. When you observe your mind, you should see that ownership consists of these two things. Before you even consider the fear of or resistance to losing something, you have a recollection of owning the object. Otherwise, you would not object to losing it. You would not get upset about losing something that you do not know you have. You are not able to worry about losing money that you do not know you have, and you cannot worry about losing a bicycle that you do not know you own. In other words, when you own something, your mind always attaches the idea that it belongs to you, and you do not want to lose it, even if you are no longer consciously aware that you own it. It is like a subliminal manipulation of information, in which the awareness of the existence of an object thrives as noise in your thoughts and goes ahead and makes you feel unsettled. You humans tend to stock up on things you do not need, a book you have finished reading and are unlikely ever to read again that stays on your bookshelf forever, items you buy on a whim and are unlikely ever to actually use. And the list continues to grow. The impulsive thought of not wanting to lose something is continuously creating a burden in your mind. Deep in your wardrobe, you probably have a dress or coat that you wear only once every couple of years. Or maybe a toy that you played with as a child. Maybe someday you will wear that dress or coat. Maybe you will pull out that toy, look it over, and reminisce about your childhood. Maybe someday, that someday may eventually come, and maybe it will not. In the meantime, even if that someday does one day come and you are able to put your possession to use, your mind will have been holding on to a faint memory of the item. Maybe you will have forgotten about it superficially, but when you see it, it will click right away. That click proves that the object has stayed in your memory database. It means you have continued to think about it in the back of your mind. And each time you remember that item, you wonder if you should throw it away. But you do not, because it seems to be a waste of a good item, and there may be a chance to use it someday. You make excuses for not discarding the object. As a result, a sense of tension arises. You do not want to part with the item, and you tell yourself that you cannot, and that tension stays in your mind forever. A part of your mind keeps telling you that you should get rid of it, while another part tells you not to discard such a fine object. You are stuck in the middle of conflicting emotions, and there is no way out. You have to make excuses for yourself because you also have an honest desire to get rid of the item. Let us face it, you do not want to part with the things you have. You are afraid to do that. Somewhere deep in your mind, you all know that merely thinking about things like that will burden you more. You are aware that the more you fear and are resistant to losing things, the more unsettled your mind will become. The klesha of ignorance is nurtured when you do not throw things away. When you start to accumulate many things that you have chosen not to throw away, your memory database is increasingly filled up, and there will be more and more items that you cannot keep track of. Your ability to assess your state of mind, your ability to see your emotions, and your self-control will decline because of all the invisible information you accumulate. You struggle between wanting to hang on to your things and the impulse to get rid of them. It is disturbing to think about such conflicting emotions. Your mind will be in a state of confusion, and when you reach the point where you pretend not to think about it, you may be overwhelmed by an urge to push everything away into a far corner of a closet. You may want to throw away a letter that someone gave you a long time ago because it brings back bad memories, but you are unsure because it is a reminder of your youth. Because you do not want to think about making a decision, you shove the item in the back of a drawer and pretend to have forgotten about it, telling yourself that you will decide what to do the next time you see it. That is a big mistake. Although you may believe that you have forgotten about the item, your mind remembers it and continues to ponder what to do with it. That is a dangerous thing to do. It increases the area of ignorance in your mind, a pitch-dark place in a state of confusion in which you fail to see the light of truth. The more you want, obtain, and obsess over things, the more this area of ignorance will expand. When your obsession with objects becomes so strong that you start to obtain collections of items, your mind will quickly jump back to dwelling on them when you are thinking about other things. It may occur to you that you need more of such and such an item in your collection, making you wonder how much it would cost to buy it. When your obsessions become intense, you may spend 0.05 out of 0.1 seconds thinking about those items. Keep doing that, and you will lose 30 minutes out of every hour, 5 out of every 10 years thinking about such things, which means you are losing half your life to your obsessions. Increasing your stockpile of items amounts to creating a fog in your mind that makes it impossible to see the view before you, the things that are there in front of you in real life. It is a fog that dulls your senses and slows down your judgment. It makes you lose track of what you should be doing, the right things to do, the types of people you should be with, how you should speak, how you should listen to others, and all the other instantaneous decisions that you make each day. Why is it that people want to build collections, increase the number of possessions that they have, and accumulate more money in the first place? The first thing that comes to mind is that people believe that their worth will increase if they have those things. They feel comfortable having their possessions, believing that those objects will make them more valuable. You can turn around that desire to have something and say they feel insecure without those things, which indicates the perception of pain that occurs from feeling incomplete without them. The pain that prompts them to believe that they are unhappy and incomplete without those items urges them to obtain those items. The minute they do, that pain will disappear and be replaced with a sense of happiness, until another type of pain emerges, making them wonder what to do if they were to go back to not having those things. A strong sense of either resistance or stimulus occurs, making people deeply aware that they now have those items in their possession. When a person often thinks about an item, the pain of having to hold on to it will be etched onto their mind and continue to generate a heavy fog long after they have obtained it. And as they continue to repeat that, acquiring more possessions, a negative karma of greed will continue to accumulate. In Buddhism, karma refers to how the sum of a person's actions, good or bad, affects them in the future. And negative karma can easily accumulate unless they take steps to address it. A person's desire for their possessions will then grow and change form to other desires, such as the klesha of arrogance. Whether with a friend, a lover, a work colleague, or a total stranger, you will be more demanding. You will want and expect them to treat you in a particular way. As your desire to accumulate more things grows and mutates into other desires, so your character will inevitably start to deteriorate. It is ironic that although you are trying to accumulate things to improve your worth, your personality will become more unstable. Perhaps people who have a lot of money or live in a luxurious residence are sometimes unstable because they always have pain in their mind where the fog does not ever seem to clear. Practice letting go of your belongings and freeing yourself from attachments. By the way, because I do not lock my bicycle when I leave it in our garden, it sometimes gets stolen. Then I think to myself, oh dear, someone has taken it, and leave it at that. Likewise, when I lose some money, I do not panic, asking myself what the exact amount must have been, or feel dejected. I simply acknowledge the fact that I have lost the money and tell myself to be more careful. And if all the money I have were to go up in flames for one reason or another, I would think, oh, it has turned to ashes. I'm not suggesting that you burn your money. I am only saying that I would not feel insecure or sustain damage if I lost all mine. During my training to quietly observe my mind and to maintain its clarity, there came a moment of epiphany. I realized that I had changed. I had a genuine sense that the fog in my mind had cleared, the fog that was making me afraid of losing my things. Since then, I feel little, if any, pain in my mind at any time, an equanimity that I believe will remain constant if I misplace or lose something or have it stolen. It is as if there is a bright ray of light shining in my mind with barely a cloud in sight. Whether you are aware of it or not, you do not want to lose the possessions you acquire. That is precisely why I recommend throwing things away intentionally as an effective way of training the mind. However you choose to do it is acceptable. You could sell your possessions if anyone is interested in buying them, or you could give them away if the recipient is likely to use them. Or you could simply discard them like rubbish. It will be apparent to you when you take action. The long-held belief that you would feel more secure with more possessions around you will prove to be a mistake. You will experience a renewed sense of clarity in your mind, feel stable and secure, and it may become easier to look into and across your mind. You may even feel invigorated in your interactions with others. Unburden yourself from the ego-inflating thing called money. When you think about it, making a donation is a way of parting with your possessions, doing away with an item, money, that you hold fast to in a most meaningful way. Money is something that powerfully stimulates the self. You unconsciously believe that you are secure because you have such and such an amount. You are aware of its value, and you want to keep building it. You want to do that because you can trade money for an array of things. The more money you gain, the more items in the world you can own. That means an increase in the items that you can subconsciously keep within your control. Money is a tool for expanding your reach globally, so it has strong ties to the stimulation of the self. I think Japanese people today are reluctant to spend the money they have accumulated for purposes other than their personal use. Philanthropy is perhaps more common in Western countries, with the very wealthy donating vast amounts of money to churches, charity, or for the common good. While engaging in charitable donation on the one hand, some of these rich people may also be taking part in activities that inconvenience others, and perhaps in a sense it is hypocritical. But by extending their reach through the accumulation of karma towards something meaningful, and by giving or parting with a portion of their wealth, it is possible to prevent one's pain from building further. While this may sound a little extreme, a person who has parted with $10 billion is fundamentally in a better state than someone who continues to hold on to it. Naturally, it is better to use that money for a meaningful purpose than to throw it all away. The fact of the matter is that the klesha of greed that emerges and the negative karma that accumulates as a result of holding on to something will only increase the pain in your mind. Try to see objectively that this is what is causing the state of your mind to deteriorate, and by parting with your possessions, you will be able to rebuild your karma in a positive way. One thing to note is that volunteer work and fundraising activities can stimulate you. You are being useful and deserve to be appreciated. And once someone appreciates you, you will be giving a significant boost to your self-esteem. It is like a type of insider trading in self-evaluation. Although you do not receive money for your actions, your cliché of arrogance boosts your evaluation of yourself as a beautiful person who spends money on or works for others without monetary compensation. Perhaps there is only a tiny morsel of desire there to be nice to others. But no matter how small that morsel is, you have to go ahead and be nice, or you will never grow as a person. Even hypocrisy can be sufficient, as long as you keep it under control. In the same way that your performance in a sport will worsen if you use the wrong training methods, an obsession with self-evaluation will inflate your ego. I recommend staying alert at all times, so you are not swallowed up by the klesha of greed or arrogance, and making it a habit to take action, not from the mind, but from the heart. That is the way to practice doing away with negative karma and nurturing a heart of compassion. By throwing away your possessions, your personality will gradually take a turn for the better. I do not mean this from a social perspective. I am speaking from a Buddhist standpoint, suggesting that you distance yourself from your kleshas. Parting with items, throwing them away, will clear away the fog of the fear of losing something that lingers in your mind, and it will nurture a brave mindset that assures you that, whatever happens, you will be fine. Buying. You have now discussed refraining from increasing your stockpile of unnecessary items and parting with things you do not need. It is important not to buy items indiscriminately. But discount stores are increasing in number, and many people appear to be buying items in bulk, not because they want those items, but because they believe it is excellent value to shop at such low prices. Perhaps the items are very low priced, but if you buy them in bulk, they will still be costly. The main problem here is that you may not need those items in the first place. Buying things at discounted prices when you would not want them at their regular rates means you are lowering the bar for your shopping needs. Say an item that usually sells for 20,000 yen is available for 5,000. That is a 15,000 yen discount. A great bargain, right? Not necessarily. More often than not, it is just an illusion. When you see a product on sale and feel that you have to buy it, stop for a moment and think. It is only a reflection of the noise from the thoughts in your head that are saying, first, the product is cheap, and second, you have to buy it because you love great deals. Your desire to buy is only a reflection of your acknowledgement that the product is cheap. By slowing down and assessing the situation rationally, you will be able to prevent unneeded purchases. I am not suggesting that you hold back on all expenditures. You should devote an adequate amount to building a foundation for living your life and spend the remaining money on entertainment and things that you enjoy while refraining from investing in non-essential goods or extravagant items that stimulate you. Do not get your priorities wrong and waste your money on those things you know you do not need, which can leave you with little money for food or essential goods. The question of what to buy ties into to whom you want to give your money. Try to give your money to people who put their hearts into carefully making good quality items, rather than those who mass-produce inferior objects. Pay the conscientious producers and help them make and sell even better products. There is an angle of investment involved when you buy things. Choose items that you honestly think are good. Buy them with the sense that you are paying the people who are making them, and you will feel good that you are using your money in the right way. You are not buying something because it is cheap or because you want it. You are buying the items that you genuinely need in small quantities. Maintain that position, and you will succeed in distancing yourself from greed and continue to live your life with a positive mindset. Waiting. People today are not very good at waiting. Whether you are waiting for an appointment at the hospital, or a train that is behind schedule, or a person you are meeting is 30 minutes late, you immediately become restless and irritated. But there is no point in being agitated in a situation like that. Would there not be a significant difference in your mindset if you could spend that 30-minute delay quietly and peacefully, rather than in a state of anxiety and full of frustration? You can use the time to practice the art of not wasting time. I recommend meditating. Indeed, one of the biggest things that I have achieved since I began meditating is the calm state of mind that I can maintain when waiting in a long queue or if someone suddenly butts in front of me. You can meditate at any time, anywhere, whether you are waiting on a station platform, for instance, or on the train itself. You will feel calm and refreshed by concentrating on your breathing. If you cannot continue to focus for prolonged periods, try chanting a mantra for compassion. Close your eyes and say quietly or think without vocalizing, "My mind will be calm." You will not allow the noise that enters your mind to overwhelm you. Maybe someone will shout, "Oh God, another accident," or "There are always delays on this line," but you will not allow your mind to be swayed. If you are on the train itself, you could also turn your attention to the sounds inside or outside the carriage that you are in, and practice concentrating on these. Or try to sharpen all 5 of your senses on the things around you. One way to control your attention before you start to feel overwhelmed by an avalanche of different thoughts is to observe the people around you. Use the 30 minutes to watch the person in front of you as his hands begin to tremble with impatience, or his brows start to crease, and quietly note to yourself that elements of discomfort are now surfacing. That way, you will not have to be irritated yourself or allow your thoughts to wander. When you begin to properly acknowledge and accept the time that goes by during delays, you will no longer feel that your time has been wasted, and you will always have a sense of fulfillment. Touching. Although the word touch may tend to call to mind what you feel with your hands, specific objects or individuals with whom you are intimately connected, those are not the only things that you touch. You are constantly in contact with what is immediately around you: your clothes, the ground, the air, and various sensations within your body. Let us turn your attention to the things that you touch with your body, and consider this from a Buddhist perspective, using it to nurture your ability to concentrate and to observe. Pay attention to your sense of touch when you lose your concentration. As you go about your daily chores, you should also be aware of the things that touch your skin. Your fingers as they touch the keys on a computer keyboard, for instance, or your bare feet as they touch the floor. When sitting in a chair and working for an extended period, you start to feel uncomfortable and to lose your concentration. When that happens, focus slowly on the sense of touch between the seat and your bottom, the backrest against your back, and any discomfort you are experiencing. If your legs are sore or your back aches, focus on the areas that hurt, and you will realize that your body is tense or your posture a little awkward. Just as you adjust your speech when you become aware that you are speaking clumsily, so your posture will improve. But you will not be able to change if you are not aware of the tension in your body. So the first thing to do is turn your attention to the little things, the small sensations of touch that you do not usually think about. That is an essential step in controlling your mind. I am sure there are things besides work that can distract you at the office. You have to communicate with the people around you, and the phone is always ringing. You need to coordinate your schedule with your colleagues, and you must also think about what the boss has to say. There is so much noise around you and so many things to think about. Sometimes the burden on your mind can be too much. A quick way to block out the noise is to focus on the different senses of touch that your body is experiencing. Be absorbed in a single action, and you will be able to go back to concentrating. One way is to focus your attention on the sense of touch at the tip of your fingers where they are in contact with your computer keyboard. Do not proceed without being aware of this sensation of touch. Consider the touch point between your fingertips and the keyboard as your focus area. By focusing your concentration on work you need to do, the noise around you will be blocked out, and any stray thoughts lingering in your mind will be less likely to wander around aimlessly. You will have a vague sense that something is touching your fingers. That sensation is in the background of the task at hand. Bring it out of the background and focus on that sense of touch. You have just hit a key on the keyboard, and you are working the muscles in your arm. Be aware of those realities. Let your conscious mind stop and feel the sensations. Let it gain a steady awareness of the sensations that had been vague up until then. Then the unnecessary noise in your mind will start to disappear, and you will be able to focus on your work. That concentration will sharpen your awareness. You will be able to focus on the bare essentials of the task at hand, and that concentration will in turn sharpen your senses. If you have lost your concentration and nothing seems to help, I suggest moving away from your desk and taking a slow walk around the office or your study if you are at home. Concentrate on something other than your desk work. Anything other than that activity will do. Tidying up, filing, cooking, gardening. Focus on the objects that your fingers or your feet are now touching, and that will decrease the thoughts that are occupying your mind and make it easier to concentrate. Think only about the bare essentials, your hands as you hold a broomstick, the way you push that vacuum cleaner, and your mind will stop thinking about other things. Touching something while moving your body will both stimulate and relax you very effectively. Try to stop scratching like mad when you have an itch. As the second step for honing your sense of touch, the aim is to maintain a steady mindset that is not affected by external factors such as the weather. Take a hot summer day as an example. The sensation of heat stimulates the brain, and the shock from that makes you feel uncomfortable. You then turn on the air conditioner. This sequence of events is something that you engage in without much thought. In the short term, it makes sense to cool your body so you can feel better. But in the long term, it becomes a habit for your mind to fix by force anything that it does not like. You are conditioned to understand that all you have to do when it is hot is to eliminate the heat. That by changing that factor, by turning on the air conditioner or removing items of clothing, you can try to become comfortable. And by repeating that, you become intolerant of the smallest things. In other words, your mindset becomes selfish in the long run. So unless the heat or cold is so severe that it could be physically damaging, you need to have a mindset that does not automatically react in this way. What then becomes necessary is an effort to observe and accept. Observe that your body is now feeling hot and perspiring. Do not deny it, just accept it. There are bound to be many other habits and activities that you initiate without thinking. Do you scratch your head or play with your hair? Scratch your nose when it feels itchy? Not scratching an itch immediately is an effective way to practice self-control. Pause for a moment before you scratch. As I write, a mosquito has landed on me, and for the last couple of minutes, it has been sitting at the base of my thumb. I'm not tense because I'm focusing on the sensation of having the insect on top of my skin, and in turn, the mosquito seems to be relaxed because it is not worried that I will swat and kill it. Since I am not tense, the mosquito is in no hurry to bite and poison me. Getting back to the human perspective, people tend not to like mosquitoes because they expect the bite to be itchy. Information on itchiness goes to the brain, which then processes that information as something very unpleasant. Then your mind perceives that as a nuisance, before it even happens. Turn that around, and you can say your cliché of anger is manipulating you. If you are feeling an itch, focus hard on the itchy sensation at the forefront of your 5 senses. Your mind will then acknowledge that it is just a minor sensation, and the brain will no longer insist that it is something uncomfortable that you must eradicate by scratching. By concentrating on the itch at its source, you are cutting out the because in the I dislike it because it is itchy. All that remains will be the itchiness. I think it may be hard for you to imagine what I'm talking about unless you experience it yourself. Please give it a try the next time some part of your body feels itchy. Itchiness in itself is a subtle stimulation that you perceive through your sense of pain. It reaches your brain, which goes out of control as it registers the itchiness, noting it as something very unpleasant that you must eliminate. Thus, you are rewriting that data. That is how the unpleasantness increases. To stop the brain from getting out of control, you need to concentrate on the facts. You must focus on the information about what is actually happening. Once you do that, your brain will stop processing the data of unpleasant itchiness, and then it will no longer be difficult to cope with the itchiness. When a mosquito bites you, it injects saliva into your body. If you focus on the contact point, your body will recognize the problem and get to work at once to heal you. In my case, it usually takes around half an hour after getting a mosquito bite that I feel cured without vigorous scratch marks. Maybe you do not think the way I do and would like to stress that you scratch because there is an itch, and scratching feels good. But let me ask you this: who is happier? A person who thinks nothing of an itch and leaves it alone, or a person who finds itchiness unbearable? Naturally, the latter feels anger towards that itch. There is a sense of rebellion against it in the mind, which is in an unhappy state, and the prevailing thought is that the itch must be eliminated. This type of unhappiness can also apply in hot or cold weather or to pain, where negative reactions are fed to the brain via physical sensations, which gradually chip away at your peace of mind. In Buddhism, it is believed that the fewer adverse reactions of this kind you have, the happier you will be. Maybe it is a hot day, but if you focus on the heat itself, your reaction to the heat will start to dissipate in the simple acknowledgement of the information that it is hot. You will then be able to spend the day without those negative emotions in your mind. You will feel comfortable and will easily adjust to different heat levels. Resting, playing, and escaping. You could say that in Buddhism, resting, playing, and escaping are all connected. People rarely feel the need to take a break or go on holiday when they are feeling fulfilled, but they do want to escape when their klesha of anger or desire is making them tired. It is better to avoid doing things that trigger strong stimuli when you want badly to escape, because it would only numb your senses against the stress you are experiencing and make you feel exhausted, both physically and mentally. You tend to be drawn to strong stimuli when you are irritated, but it is essential to choose something that will not tire you. The wise thing to do when you have a chance to take a break is to be physically active in moderation to give your mind a rest. If you are taking a short break from working, you should finish what you are doing, then go to the kitchen and spend time making coffee or tea and drinking it, or having a meal, slowly concentrating on the flavors as you eat. If you are going away on a trip, do not choose a holiday where you will be hopping from one tourist attraction to another. Consider a trip where you will be able to get the physical and mental rest that you need. Travel with a loved one to a place where you can avoid crowds, take long soaks in the bath, go to bed early and sleep well, and return before you get bored. If you want stimulation at the cinema, choose an action film over a horror movie, a human interest drama over an action film, or better still, a heartwarming story that will gently stimulate you. It will be better for you in the long run. Movies that make people cry are always popular, but all that happens is that they give viewers a chance to let go of their emotions and feel refreshed. In these movies, you are generally shown characters who face a challenging situation to which you respond with the pain of anger. Your response to the resolution of the challenging situation then frees you from that anger or prompts a sense of relief, which means your pain is removed. You misunderstand that release as pleasure and end up crying. Suppose you are in the habit of seeing movies like this because your mind is unsettled by the pain it receives in everyday life. If that is the case, you will experience a more substantial level of pain as you watch the film, are freed from the pain and feel relief, or you may form a habit of looking for more intense pain, which is why I do not recommend watching films of this kind. I do not recommend alcohol consumption either, but if you must have a beer or a glass of wine, have it with someone with whom you can enjoy a good conversation, someone who will not make a scene and cause you to end up arguing. Keep your stimuli moderate and get plenty of rest. Otherwise, your brain will only be under the illusion that you are having fun while recovering from fatigue, when in fact, you will end up feeling more tired. 8. Nurturing. As a final exercise for doing away with needless thoughts and for controlling your mind, let us think about nurturing a compassionate mindset while also nurturing yourself and others. Cultivating a compassionate outlook is the best way to support others and to calm the noise that comes from your thoughts. Do note, however, that there is no shortage of false compassion in the world today. If you see someone in need, you feel that you should help, which may seem as if your mind is demonstrating kindness when it actually is nothing more than a reflexive response to your thoughts. I recently heard about a friend of someone I know who mentioned at his workplace that he wanted to leave his company. The people around him quickly got together and held a meeting to hear him out. They offered him a wealth of advice, which should have helped him reconsider, but because everyone went ahead and said what they wanted to say, he ended up feeling as if he was being put on public display and felt exhausted afterwards. This person had probably been sending out a silent call for help at the office, but no one had noticed it or tried to help him. Yet the moment that he expressed his wish to leave, he found himself surrounded by his work colleagues. It shows how a person who becomes weak or wretched can lure others like bait as an ideal means of bolstering their own ego. Helping someone overcome their predicament will often take a back seat to the noises in their mind that scream and fill their thoughts with the selfish desire to feel good. Do not bombard others with advice for their own good. The most important thing that you can do for someone in trouble is to remain quiet, to stay quiet and listen to them talk. And not in a pushy way. Not like, okay, I am all ears, now tell me about your problem. What you should do is create a setting in which they will want to talk. Instead of yakking away yourself, you are listening attentively to what they have to say. Then they will start to talk if that is what they want to do. The key is to have them settle down, relax, and feel safe when they are with you. Once you have heard them out, remember not to contradict them or agree with them in a way that seems false. The person will not relate to you if you offer them high-handed advice to do something in a certain way. Regardless of how considerate and diplomatic you may try to be, a suggestion to do something differently would amount to telling them that what they are now doing is wrong. The important thing is to listen attentively. Give the person plenty of time to talk until the issues they are facing and the things they want are clear. That said, if you are to offer advice, you should continue to listen and try to find out what it is that they want to do until you understand their objectives. Then you should consider together the possible ways to regain control and to discipline and support their mind. If their mind is veering off in the wrong direction, then think about how they can get back on track. Although you will still be subtly challenging the person, you would be sharing with them an awareness of what they want or do not want to do and what they are looking to accomplish, and you should not deny their core ideas. Once they start to see the importance of making adjustments, they will not feel that you are disagreeing with them. Let us say a friend of yours has a general problem, such as wanting to be happy but seeming unable to make that happen. The thing to do is to think about what happiness means to that person. Give them plenty of time to share their ideas about happiness with you. What would make them happy and what would not? What are the things that are important and unimportant to them? What is it that they want to do and do not want to do? If your friend is contradicting him or herself, a lack of consistency will gradually start to surface. Listen carefully to the inconsistencies. Give yourself plenty of time to ask that person why they want or do not want to do something. Let them talk through the parts in which they sound confused. To ensure that your discussion does not end up merely as a chance for them to vent, I suggest asking questions that will have them sorting through their thoughts to explain things to you. Try to prompt them to be more self-aware and see themselves objectively. As the two of you continue to talk, your friend will start to see their lack of consistency and consider making corrections, which will result in a gradual change in their ideas about happiness. They will not feel that you have challenged them because they will believe that they arrived at the conclusions themselves. If your friend is suffering, affirming everything and saying there is nothing wrong with them will provide only temporary relief. In more superficial styles of counseling, consultations can be more about affirming an individual's ideas. He or she may attend a session with a therapist and achieve a temporary sense of relief, but the distortions in their mind may remain unchanged, and they will not find a fundamental solution to their issues. Do not be controlled by the need to force your opinions on others. In any event, you are on the right track if you are able to listen to people's problems. Many people cannot do that. They start to talk about their own opinions before listening to what the person with the problem has to say. Everyone has a subliminal impulse to defeat others and to be acknowledged. When you see someone in a fragile state, you tend to be overcome by the noises of your thoughts that urge you to assert your own opinions without paying attention to what the person has to say. The problem lies in the fact that this happens automatically before you are even aware of it. You tend to believe that your opinions are correct, and the desire to modify other people's opinions or put them straight often takes over. This desire gains traction when the other person acknowledges your opinion, and it makes you want to insist on your views. Although your fear of alienating them usually keeps it under control, you delude yourself into believing that you are helping them and that this is the right thing to do. You do not believe that you are forcing your opinions on them. Then you start to lose control. To prevent that from happening, and as I have said earlier, the thing is to understand how these types of thoughts work. Be aware beforehand that when you see someone in trouble, your desire to offer your opinion to help that person out will tend to surface. If you are aware of that, you will understand how that desire is trying to control you in the background when you set out to offer advice, and you will be able to figure out calmly that is prompting you to force your ideas on that person. It is the arrogance cliché that makes you want to push your opinions on others. You believe that you are helping people in need and are unable to see the harm that you are in fact causing. You should try to maintain a calm mind so your cliché of arrogance does not control you. Focusing your attention on noticing the pain of others is the first step to genuine compassion. Keep your sympathy for others in check. Consideration for others does not amount to aggressively doing things for them, worrying about them, or sticking to them like glue. Maybe you think it is because you are nice and a good person, but it is also possible that a cliché in your mind is making you nosy. You are not consciously aware that when your desire to believe you are nice is behind your kindness, you will often be imposing. When you feel sorry for someone, it may be an emotion based on a sense of superiority. Maybe you are excited about who you are, someone who cares about others, as you bask in your fabulous self-image as a beautiful person. Your mind is thus in a state of excitement as you speak and act, and you are not thinking calmly or objectively about the other person. Your cliché is making you cling to them and humor them to the point of spoiling them, and although you may think you are doing a good deed, you are not helping them in the long run. Worrying excessively about others is also quite different from genuine compassion. When someone feels that another person is overly concerned about them, they worry that they are making that person worry. You may believe that you are being nice in worrying about someone else, but if you become uncertain, get emotional, or cry when you are with that person, you will feel pain associated with the cliché of anger. It stems from feelings of repulsion where you sense that the situation is not right. For example, Someone visits a sick friend in the hospital and starts to cry. The sick friend will not be moved by the visitor's concern. He or she will pick up on the visitor's fears, melancholy, and worries, and be in a worse mood. At the root is anger, and it will be released in the hospital room, leaving the atmosphere unsettled. That is no way to behave when visiting someone who is sick. You might say that worrying is like a selfish pastime. You worry because you want to worry. Generally speaking, the more unstable a person is, the more they will worry about others because it allows them to look away from their own vulnerability. It is the person whom you are worried about that should be pitied, not you. They are the one who is struggling. By worrying about others, people can divert their attention away from their own concerns. Avoid emotional roller coasters and nurture a sense of compassion. From the standpoint of compassion, I have said that it is important to observe others' pain. If you are suffering on behalf of someone else, however, it is not kindness that you are demonstrating, but something that is caused by the stimulation of a klesha. If a person continues to cry forever after a family member's death, it may appear to be because of their love for the deceased. But crying non-stop means the person is continuing to feel the pain triggered by the death of the family member and is sending out those negative vibrations endlessly, which certainly cannot be good for those who have passed away. Although the surviving party may believe they are thinking of the deceased, they force the deceased to remain in a negative state. In Buddhism, the best thing to do both for ourselves and for someone who has passed away is not to grieve endlessly, but to have a mind of compassion. If you have genuine feelings for the deceased, praying that they are in a calm state as you meditate for compassion, sometimes called the meditation of mercy or the loving kindness meditation, is much more beneficial both to them and to yourself. Pray with all your heart that the deceased will be at peace, and you will start to feel calm yourself. Even for the non-Buddhist, contemplation of this kind and acknowledging that the deceased is now free of any pain and at peace will help you feel calm. A mind filled with grief will be angry, incurring pain, and you will wear yourself out. The only thing that is there is your sadness. You are not thinking about the person who has passed away being peaceful and no longer suffering. What you are doing is clinging to the fact that the person had lived, rejecting the reality that they are no longer a part of our world, and causing pain for yourself. You are doing nothing more than denying reality. If you feel sad because you still think about that person being gone, you are not only causing harm to yourself, but also releasing anger waves around you. All you are doing is passing those anger waves on to the dearly departed, not to mention the surviving family members around you, which I doubt could help them in any way. That is not genuine kindness. You need a mind of compassion to achieve genuine kindness. People often misunderstand what it means to have compassion. While many people may think it means to feel for others, be sad for them, and cry for them, genuine compassion is not like that. When you are feeling sad for the death of someone you know, you should look for the connection to the klesha that is controlling you and cut it off. You should stop trying to act being kind, drowning in your own emotions and grieving. Once these thoughts are gone, the only thing remaining in your mind will be genuine compassion for the deceased, which will prompt you to pray that they will continue to be at peace. Say goodbye to the person inside you that likes to act in a friendly manner and nurture the seeds for developing a delicate sense of compassion. You will not need to endure pain if you are not a hypocrite, and you will no longer be causing pain for the other person. Reduce the frequency of occasions where your kleshas control you, and you should be able to achieve a compassionate mindset. Follow the rules, or else your mind will attract negativity. In Buddhism, there is a term called Zenyu, which may be translated as a good friend. Zenyu refers to an irreplaceable friend with whom you can develop your minds in a manner that is mutually beneficial. It does not mean in any way that you have to be a do-gooder who hides their true feelings. Zenyu is not that simple, and the concept guides you to stay away from unhealthy relationships. You do not want friendships that will increase your kleshas or be detrimental to your positive qualities as human beings. That type of relationship will create confusion in your mind. The criteria are very straightforward. Does your mind feel pure and calm when you see people, or does it become confused and agitated at times? When you are with others, the mind will always react in one of these ways, and it is best to avoid individuals who make you feel unsettled. In Buddhism, this law holds not only for interpersonal relationships, but for all things. It applies when you speak, act, or think. Will your mind become calm if you speak now, or will it be disturbed? Will a particular thought make your mind calm or pollute it? If you are on the verge of saying something that may pollute your mind, then stop those words from coming out. Stop any thoughts that may pollute your mind. Stop acting in a way that might do so. These are the rules and criteria of Buddhism. By disciplining your thoughts, words, and actions, you can prevent your mind from becoming unsettled. The same applies to interpersonal relationships. When two angry people criticize each other and are always complaining about the other person, their anger will resonate endlessly and become a device that amplifies their clashes. On the other hand, a relationship of two good-hearted people will see them influencing each other in a beneficial way and each party bringing their mind towards the other. Their minds will be less polluted and so develop positively. Zenyu applies to all relationships, which include relationships between parents and their children, between teachers and students, lovers and colleagues at work, and you will be able to forge such relationships some of the time, but maybe not always. Since others are always influencing you, it is imperative to consider the individuals with whom you spend time. Unlike the law, these teachings of Buddhism are not for others to force upon you. You set your own rules, and it is up to you whether you follow them. Buddhism is a way for those who wish to walk that path, and the basis is that those who come are welcome. Those who leave will not be pursued. On the other hand, if you do not follow those rules, your mind will be unhappy due to the presence of more cliches triggered by various stimuli. It is best to observe your own rules if you want to live happily. That is what Buddhist discipline is all about. It is nothing more than the rules you establish and promise to follow to protect your mind. So even if you do not follow your rules, no one is going to get angry with you, and no divine punishment will befall you. All that is going to happen as a result is that your mind will be pulling in negative things, affecting your ability to live happily. How to raise your children with acceptance instead of trying to control them. Children generally grow up being both praised and scolded by their parents and teachers. But when a pattern develops, in which praise is offered if they do as they are told, and they are scolded if they do not, children begin to feel that their elders only want offspring who do exactly as they say. They will not acquire a fundamental sense of security of being wanted, and will feel very sad. Children want to receive praise because it makes them happy that their worth has increased. But there in the background is a subconscious sense of sadness that lingers from wondering if their parents do not truly accept them as they are and only want to make their children their puppets. The way to soften that blow is to let your children do what they want while keeping careful watch over them. If your child is in a challenging situation, it is important to lend them an ear and listen to their problems. Stay calm. Do not be overcome by the noises of your thoughts. If your child is taking exams at school, for instance, avoid overreacting each time they come home with the results. Do not give them excessive praise when they get good results. Be calm, show them that you are interested, and go over what they did right and where they could have done better. Avoid giving your child simple evaluations by merely stating the facts with either praise or criticism alone. If the test results were not good, remind them that they scored better last time and tell them that it is interesting how unpredictable these ups and downs can be. Give your child the message that you are interested in them, and they will have plenty of room to grow. It is easy to say that your children's very existence is important to you. But whenever something happens, you will either praise or scold them, wearing them down in the process. Parents think about the things that have not gone well in their own lives and try to gain satisfaction by raising their children to be the people they wanted to be. By praising and scolding, you try to gain control. Attention is essential to show your children during early childhood that you accept them, but do not scold and thus appear to reject them if they scream their heads off. Do not ignore them, and do not treat them like babies. Maintain thoughts of compassion and pray that they will grow healthy and strong as you hold them firmly in your arms and tell them that everything is fine. Such behavior will build a trusting relationship, which is crucial when your children are very young, between the ages of 1 and 3, when their speech is still in early development. Always being scolded at that age will create a subliminal sense of non-acceptance. It is the parents' fault if children will not listen to what people tell them to do. Until they have reached the age of 3 or so, they have yet to develop a sense of logic, so it is the parents' responsibility to make sure that anything potentially dangerous is kept out of reach. The next thing to do in developing a trusting relationship is to show that you are confident. Show them that everything is fine because you accept them unconditionally. Once your children begin to understand what is going on, you can start scolding them if needed. Because you have already built that trust over the last 3 years, your children will be unconsciously aware that you are not someone who would deny them without reason. They will have developed the ability to realize that you are not scolding them for the sake of it, and that there must be a reason for you to get mad at them. The first few years are essential for doing this. Anger management is necessary during the years that follow as well. If you have a child who likes to make a lot of noise, you could approach them as equals and negotiate. For example, you could say to them, "I feel bad when you cause a commotion while I work. It is not because I do not love you. It is because I cannot concentrate when it is noisy. I am a human being who gets annoyed and has bad moods, and since we live in the same home, neither of us wants to feel bad. But if you are still going to make a lot of noise, then we will need to think of a way to deal with it. I get irritated when you make a lot of noise. I am aware that you may be lonely on your own, but I do need to work for half the day to be productive. If we can figure out a way, I would much rather work at home and with you. Do you think you can help me do that by not screaming and crying?" You do not want to take a high-handed approach, and you do not want to be too humble with a soft soap attitude. It is a simple matter of coming to the negotiating table. Whether the issue is between an employee and his or her boss or a parent and child, it is a matter of persuasion. To come prepared with rational options, including things that may not be in your best interests, and to allow the other person to make a choice. Nurture love in romantic relationships through persuasion. The same type of persuasion can be applied in romantic relationships. Let us say there is a woman who would like her obese boyfriend to lose weight. Telling him that she will not love him anymore if he does not lose weight will have a negative impact on his self-esteem, which is not good. First, she needs to convey to him that her love for him will not change, whether he is thin or obese, and to get him to understand this. She should then think carefully about the reason why she does not want him to be obese. Maybe she feels embarrassed to be dating an obese man because, in today's world, an obese person is considered low in value, and she feels that being with someone like that will affect how she is seen by other people. As she continues to analyze her thoughts, she may begin to rethink her values and reconsider her desire to be with her obese boyfriend. Maybe it will not matter anymore that he is overweight. If not, she should explain her self-analysis in full. It might go like this. "I like you a lot, but when I think about how other people judge me, I worry that dating someone who is overweight will affect how others perceive my worth. I do not want to be sad because I am with you. Do you think you could try to lose a little weight for me?" That might work, and maybe it will not. The couple could get into an argument. Both are aware that obesity could lead to disease, and the man might say he does not care if he gets sick, but that is not what they are discussing. It would be useful for the woman to be honest with her boyfriend, and better for him to hear what she really thinks. People who are able to submit are the ones who hold the key. As the above example indicates, whether trying to persuade someone or attempting to get them to listen to you, It is surprisingly useful to take a look at the movements within your mind and be frank about its distortions. Open your mind for the world to see and show others the strings that control you. This is akin to submitting or surrendering, the way a dog or a cat might roll over and show their stomach. And it is difficult for someone to continue to resist when their counterpart submits, addressing them with complete honesty. No one thinks they are a bad person, and no one wants their worth to decline. The klesha of shamelessness makes you feel this way, along with the pride within the klesha of arrogance that makes you reluctant to acknowledge and admit such things. But if you can analyze the things that control you, the impact upon you and upon those to whom you choose to reveal your thoughts will be very significant. As I have repeatedly mentioned, taking a good look at the strings that control your mind will make it easier to control your kleshas, because it will be impossible not to change once you acknowledge your true self. You think about how you walk when you become aware that you are walking strangely. You think about how you speak when you become aware that you are speaking strangely. You change the way you think when you become aware of the distortions in your mind. By recognizing and acknowledging such impulses, people become stronger and develop. But when you are asked if you can control all your kleshas, the answer is that it is difficult. You reflexively close your eyes when faced with something unpleasant. You try to pretend it never happened. You do not see the things you do not want to see. That is the way of negative karma, which continues to accumulate unless you face up to it. Do not be misled by that karma. Be aware of the negative aspects within you and consider opening them up for others to see. You should have the courage to submit to others. No one wants to lose and everyone wants to compete. Because of that, you feel as if you will lose if you submit. But in reality, the first person to submit is the one who will hold the key for resetting relationships that have become entrenched because of deception all around. The first thing to do is to say goodbye to the pride that comes from the klesha of arrogance, not wanting to be defeated by others and avoiding showing people the distortions within you. Efforts to discipline your mind will determine whether you can become real friends, be it a relationship between parent and child, teacher and student, or between lovers or colleagues. Those are the efforts that will lead to self-development and benefit those around you. My final note here is on sleeping. There have lately been increasing numbers of people who have issues concerning sleep. According to a study conducted by Japan's Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, 19.6% of Japan's population is troubled by insomnia. It must be challenging if you want to sleep but cannot. But why does that happen in the first place? As you can see from the large number of people who say they cannot sleep due to mental stress, it is because they fall into the trap of a thinking disease. The brain gets out of control. This thinking disease is not limited to insomnia, however. As you saw in the first chapter, whatever you are doing, whether working, walking, or eating, your mind focuses on that particular activity. You are unaware of the noise from your thoughts that echo around in the background. But once you get into bed, your mind is no longer stimulated. The noise that has been hiding behind your awareness begins to surface, and the thinking disease takes hold. You seek out new types of stimulation and escape into your thoughts when the stimulation around you fades. You look for disturbing emotions such as anxiety, uncertainty, and anger, as these are more stimulating. From that point, your mind will be free to go wild with various thoughts and get out of control, which will excite the brain, and you will never be able to fall asleep. The large number of people who cannot sleep shows how much modern humans are plagued with thinking disease. My feeling is that many people today have fallen into difficult situations because of being led there by their thoughts. Some people say they eat to satisfy their hunger so they can sleep. Eating will sate you, and blood will flow to the stomach for digestion, and that will relax your mind and make you feel sleepy. Many people consume alcohol to numb their mind, and many appear to be taking sleeping pills. Perhaps surprisingly, some people watch scary horror movies in bed because they want to sleep and do not want to do any thinking at night. I know people who listen to upbeat music as they doze off. While this may sound peculiar, it might make sense from a Buddhist standpoint, since powerful stimulation is one way to numb the existing pain. But when you fool yourself by using such powerful stimulation, you tend to become less aware that you are suffering from thinking disease. Blurring your awareness with alcohol, food, or drugs will give you temporary relief and make you sleepy, which is a short-term benefit. But in the long run, it will damage your stomach and the rest of your body and get you into the habit of lying to yourself. What then can you do to go to sleep without relying on such stimuli? As I have been suggesting, the first approach is to look at every thought that pops into your mind and frame them. For example, you can say, "I am thinking about this thought." Observe your emotions and set them aside. Another approach is to meditate with compassion. In the Japanese language, the word jihi, which means compassion, is made up of two characters that translate as nurturing and mercy. Have a sense of compassion for yourself and focus as you meditate. By focusing on a particular topic at a time through meditation, and by continuing to concentrate, you do not give your brain the room to have verbal thoughts, which are unnecessary and useless. This is a way to train yourself to have only positive thoughts. An advantage of this form of meditation is that your awareness will gradually be directed towards cultivating a gentle, compassionate mindset. It will be easier to focus on short sentences. For example, if you are meditating to bring yourself internal peace, you can chant, "May my mind settle down," or "May I feel at peace." When meditating on internal peace, your chant can be along the lines of, "May my pain go away," "May my problems go away," or "May my suffering come to an end." Be aware that the violent storms of thinking that so occupied your mind are the thoughts that put you through enormous difficulties in the first place. Be considerate to yourself as you meditate, and you will start to experience a sense of calm. If a storm of thoughts threatens to invade your mind while you meditate, practice taking note of it at once before going back to your chants. From the standpoint of making rules for yourself, it is desirable to get up early in the morning, retire early at night, and follow a routine. When considering your biorhythm, the 4 hours between 10 at night and 2 in the morning are essential for rest and recovery, and you should try to go to bed before the clock strikes 12. Retiring early, getting up as the sun rises, and starting the day fresh without any lingering noise from unneeded thoughts is the best part of a Buddhist lifestyle. Now we begin Chapter 3. Chapter 3, the strange relationship between the brain and the mind. A conversation between Rynosuke Koike and neuroscientist Yuji Ikegaya. Rynosuke Koike is speaking with Yuji Ikegaya. Born in Shizuoka Prefecture in 1970, Dr. Ikegaya is a doctor of pharmacy and an associate professor in the Graduate School of Pharmaceutical Sciences at the University of Tokyo. He presents academic papers that focus on the role of brain plasticity in the mechanisms of memory. His innovative research, supported by continuous experimentation, has won him many awards, including the Young Scientists Award, a Commendation for Science and Technology, the Pharmaceutical Society of Japan Award for Drug Research and Development, and the Japan Neuroscience Society Young Investigator Award. His main works include Kaiba, or Hippocampus, written jointly with Shigesato Ike, Shinka Shisugita no, or The Overdeveloped Brain, and Tanjun na no, Fukuzatsu na Watashi, or Simple Brain, Complicated Me. Pain is the foundation of the brain. Dr. Ikegaya said, "I know this is unexpected, but can I ask you a question that might be a little provocative?" Rynosuke Koike replied, "Oh, this is going to be exciting." Dr. Ikegaya asked, "In your previous work, you have written about the importance of silence and recommended the beauty of silence. Why is it that a person who suggests something like that writes so many books and speaks to so many people? That is the first question that I wanted to ask about your stance." He chuckled. Rynosuke Koike said, "I see. On the topic of silence, I am not suggesting that people stop talking. I am saying we should quieten down the noise created by our thoughts so that we do not end up talking about the loud things that preoccupy our mind when we speak." He continued, "We might make the other person feel uncomfortable, or we may think we feel good when we say certain things when in fact our body is experiencing pain. I am suggesting that we refrain from using words that vocalize the loud noises in our head. Dr. Ekagaya replied, "Indeed, you have not written, 'Do not talk.' You are not suggesting that people stop talking. You are saying we should change the way we talk, that we should eliminate what we call stimulants." I see. I asked my question based on the idea that you were not talking about silence superficially, with the implication that one should stop asking disingenuous questions like the one I just asked. He chuckled. I understand what you mean. Ryunosuke Koike said, "That is interesting. I would like to ask you first today about the brain. I feel that in recent years it is being revered as if a brain religion might exist." He chuckled. "But I think the brain can be quite a burden on us. For example, there are times when we become angry and attack another person with violent words, and although our heart is racing, our breathing is labored, and our body is becoming exhausted from the effort, we just cannot seem to stop. Because the data we are receiving are being converted from pain to pleasure, we delude ourselves that we are experiencing pleasure when we are suffering. Because of that, we get angry and jealous, which should make us uncomfortable, but we just cannot seem to stop." He continued, "And although we believe we are thinking autonomously, there is a script in our subconscious that controls us. I think the mind is programmed like that to convert pain into pleasure, and that induces stress and increases our pain. In the enlightenment process in Buddhism, you heighten your concentration through meditation to break down awareness into fine fragments. In so doing, you become aware that the stimulation registered in the human mind is nothing other than signals of pain." Ryunosuke Koike added, "It is called Issai Kaiku in Buddhism, an important concept that is commonly translated as suffering, pain, or unhappiness. The Japanese term is broader, translating as everything is pain/suffering. By becoming aware of this, I think we can say that is akin to putting a stop to the data conversions and rewriting our mind's programming." He asked, "The mechanism at work here may have something to do with the brain processing data, but I am not an expert on the brain. If the brain is involved in such movements of the mind, would it not be a specific part of the brain rather than the brain as a whole?" Dr. Ikagaya replied, "Whether it is structured in that way, we cannot say based on the level of scientific knowledge today." He chuckled. "But I think that you are correct in considering that negative emotions like pain form the foundation of the brain. I say that because, while the brain is an organ that focuses on the physical, when one looks at it from an evolutionary standpoint, one may see that the brain has evolved in close association with the body." Dr. Ikagaya continued, "For example, take the brains of animals like earthworms and leeches. They are more primitive than mammals' brains, consisting of bundles of nerve cells, or ganglions, which are similar to the brain, all over their bodies. When we think about how the brain has evolved in these animals, we can imagine that it may have developed as an efficient feedback system. Information from external sources reaches the ganglions, conveying sensations of touch, smell, and light. These then decide whether the animal should flee, make an approach, or remain still, providing feedback to the body that initiates physical movement. In other words, it is logical to consider that the brains of such animals evolved by converting external data into physical movement." He explained, "That is the process of evolution. As evaluation criteria for determining whether to convert input to output, I think the initial values that the brain is equipped with are pain and discomfort." Rynosuke Koike said, "The message received says, 'There, that is painful, is it not? Get moving if you do not like it when it gives you a shock of discomfort.'" Dr. Ikagaya replied, "I think so. In prolonging life, I think it must have been more useful in the process of natural selection to flee from things that were dangerous than to seek pleasure. I mean, their lives were at stake. A system to make you flee from things you did not like and slash or to endure them was probably among the first physiological systems to be created. Evolution ensued, and mechanisms to change discomfort to comfort may have occurred, particularly in the case of human beings." He added, "But this is not always necessarily the case. You see, mammals and higher life forms are equipped with neural circuits for feeling pleasure. What is known as a reward system within the nervous system gives individuals a sense of pleasure. Phylogenetically, they are circuits that are independent of the circuits of discomfort. Therefore, it is somewhat problematic if we say that all pleasure is derived from discomfort. In neuroscience, we cannot sum things up with a single interpretation like that. We need to consider that various conflicting factors are at work. Dr. Ikegaya continued, but on the other hand, as one example, I often drink beer, which is very bitter when you drink it for the first time. Coffee is like that too. When we consider that we like those things, I think it is correct to deduce that people are equipped with a system that changes suffering to pleasure. Rynosuke Koike said, beer is a toxic substance. You drink it, your body gets excited and prepares for battle, and you do not have to think about the things that had initially been bothering you. Adding a new type of pain enables you to avoid thinking about the things that were originally causing you pain. He explained, believing that that feels good is what I consider to be a processing of information by the brain. I think the requirements for turning on the pleasure device, known as the reward system, are affected by complicated conditions like that. When the reward system is stimulated, a type of data processing called pleasure occurs, but it is not real. Rynosuke Koike added, in other words, when the initial pain is replaced with greater pain, you feel good during the time that the previous pain has gone away. But once you have stopped doing that erasing, the original pain starts to worry you again. Then you get a command that says, there, that is painful, is it not? Do something again to forget it, and you will find pleasure, and you might get drunk and say abusive things to someone or blame yourself. Dr. Ikegaya responded, harming oneself is an extreme example of that. Rynosuke Koike said, maybe continual happiness can be found if such a thing as a life that functions on pleasure alone exists, but then you will think that there is no need to grow because you are always feeling good and relaxed. Maybe it is better to have pain to begin with and to struggle with that. Dr. Ikegaya explained, for example, when a person's brain sustains damage in the frontal lobe area in an accident, their sense of fear and sense of danger disappear. I have seen patients like that, and they do look happy. Their intelligence is intact, and they understand that they have been in an accident and that their mindset has changed. They say they feel better now and do not want to go back to the way they were before. He continued, but they cannot cook, for example. Because they have no sense of danger, they cut their hands when they use a kitchen knife. And they will keep doing that over and over again and forget having turned on the stove and start doing something else. Without a sense of fear and danger, they are unable to live a basic life. I watch patients like that and feel that we are both lucky and unlucky as living organisms for pain to be a prerequisite for survival. Rynosuke Koike replied, pain had to come first. Dr. Ikegaya said, yes, as life forms are designed that way, I think we should accept that as a precondition and start our discussions right there. Rynosuke Koike asked, so the question is how to use that double-edged sword to live a better life. Dr. Ikegaya answered, precisely, but unfortunately it is not the job of a scientist to answer that. He chuckled. Yet I think about these things because I spend more time living as an everyday citizen than I do as a scientist. People really do feel the pain felt by others. Dr. Ikegaya said, there is an interesting paper on facial expressions associated with pain. Changes in facial expressions were measured using an electromyogram when people sampled different tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, etc. A unique muscle movement occurred when they tasted something bitter. That muscle, called the levator labii superioris, pulls up the upper lip. In a primitive sense, I think bitterness must have been the perception that people used to identify a poison. He continued, what is interesting is what happens if someone were to see a cockroach on the floor, for example, and grab it with both hands and eat it. Anyone watching that person would squeal in disgust. He chuckled. By taking electromyogram measurements, we found out that people have the same expression on their face as when they taste something bitter. In other words, aversion may be based on bitterness. In the process of evolution during ancient times, living organisms had already established an efficient system for sensing bitterness, which later tied into aversion. Dr. Ikegaya continued, "This experiment can be taken further in a fantasy role-playing game called Ultima, in which money is traded. Let us say that my opponent and I are to be given 1,000 yen that is to be shared between us. We can refuse if either of us is not satisfied with the amount we have been allocated, but the game will end if we do, and we will both end up with nothing. For example, my opponent might complain if I receive 200 yen and try to take some of the 800 he or she has been allocated, but neither of us will win a single yen as the game will have ended." When you think about that rationally, even a single yen would be better than nothing. But people are not made to be that rational, and the possibility of rejection by an opponent is approximately 40% when the allocations are 200 and 800 yen. Because the one with the bigger share will not accept that their opponent should have more, they punish their opponent by saying they do not want to give them a single yen. It is a social moral sanction. And when an electromyogram is used for taking measurements, the moment one party feels the allocations are unacceptable, the same facial expressions are evident as when someone experiences bitterness. Dr. Akagaya explained, "Anger, sadness, and aversion are the primary negative emotions that we have, and our sense of what cannot be tolerated appears to correlate with the sense of aversion. It is not anger, where we are rejecting or opposing the other person, and it is not sadness. It seems to be that aversion related to social, moral sanctions. When we look back and think about how our moral sensibilities might have evolved, it is interesting that it may have started with the sense of bitterness that animals experienced when they ate something. In considering correlations between the physical and the social, other intriguing things emerge as well. For example, if measurements are taken of our brain while we are watching someone feeling pain, it is evident that the neural circuits for pain are active, even if we do not feel the pain ourselves. We might feel sad when we are the odd one out among our friends and experience pain in the chest area. We took measurements of the brain in such a state and learned that the same neural area had been active as when responding to physical pain. In my brain studies, I feel that it all starts with the physical, such as the sensations of pain and bitterness." Rynosuke Koike said, "With linguistic expressions too, words that refer to the physical, for example, a bitter memory or a pain in the chest, are convincing and do not require an explanation to convey the perceptions. For us humans, the physical must indeed be an essential and indispensable part of our lives." The wonders of the calming effects of faith. Dr. Ekagaya said, "An interesting study has recently been published. It is a paper on the placebo effect. A placebo effect is where you take a placebo, or a substance or treatment designed to have no therapeutic value, without realizing that this is what it is, and it works. It may result in pain or itchiness disappearing or a fever going down, though if you are skeptical about it or refuse to believe the doctor when he or she says it is a genuine treatment, it will cease to be effective. To add to that, the higher the price of the medication, the greater the effects appear to be." He chuckled. In one experiment, electrical stimulation was administered to the arm to cause pain. A placebo was then applied to the area under the premise that it was a painkiller. The pain disappeared. A study on how the placebo worked showed that the descending pain inhibitory system, which originates in the brainstem and inhibits pain from being conveyed, had been activated. In other words, it had not been an illusion. The pain had been physically blocked. It is the same mechanism as the pain-killing effects of morphine, and brain activities went on as if morphine had been administered. Dr. Ikegaya continued, "The next step was also interesting. Naloxone is a drug that blocks the effects of morphine, such as in patients who are addicted to drugs. The intriguing thing was that when just naloxone was administered, placebo effects also disappeared. Naloxone is just a chemical substance, yet the physical and the psychological appear to come together when it is used." An interesting experiment was also conducted concerning stress. There are two types of stress, physical and psychological. Psychological stress is something that you are aware of and are able to express verbally. Physical stress, by contrast, is something that you are not consciously aware of, although your body feels it. Using modern technology, this physical stress can also be measured. Dr. Koike explained, "Let me explain. A lot of physical stress starts in our adrenal glands, located next to our kidneys. The adrenal cortex releases stress hormones, and the entire body gets overwhelmed when large amounts of these stress hormones flow into the bloodstream. By measuring its concentration levels in the bloodstream, we can understand the amount of physical stress a person is experiencing, although they may not be aware of it." An experiment was conducted concerning physical stress. Penegastrin is a substance, a poison, that induces physical stress. When penegastrin is administered as an intravenous drip, the level of stress hormones shoots up. In this experiment, a button had been placed near the subject's hands. They were told that they could press the button at any time if they wanted to discontinue the treatment. Many of the subjects who had volunteered did not press the button, even when they felt some discomfort. They continued to the end of the experiment, revealing that the availability of the button kept the increase rate of the stress hormones at around a fifth of the rate of those who did not have a button to press. That is an 80% decrease. The subjects with a button should have been experiencing the same amount of physical stress, but the understanding that they could stop at any time suppressed the increase rate of the stress hormones. It makes me wonder what is going on physiologically when we say we are relieving our stress. He concluded, "I thought it was an interesting discovery that merely having a way to escape the causes of stress would prevent stress from happening, which indicates that physical stress is influenced by the conscious mind." Rynosuke Koike said, "You are saying that difficult work today can be fun if you know you are able to quit tomorrow. It is interesting that even in scientific papers we can understand where the physical and the psychological meet." Do we have free will? Rynosuke Koike said, "On listening to your work, I took note of your comment that while we may think we are moving our arms of our own free will, the brain is issuing a command to move them before our conscious mind decides to do so, and our brain is thereby controlling us, that our awareness has no freedom, and we generate the right to revoke these commands when we realize that our brain is controlling us. We have no free will, but we do have the power of veto." As I heard that, I thought it matched my understanding very well. He continued, "A method that I use for my training in the pre-sectarian or original style of Buddhism, based on the ideas and practices of Buddha himself, is to check my awareness. I try to see how quickly I can become aware of the moment that a reflexive movement occurs in my subconscious in response to something that is predetermined in my mind before it starts to control me. And for that, it is necessary to concentrate. For example, I can intercept messages that tell me to be irritated or anxious before they take control. When I focus on concentrating, I can detect whether the commands I receive are useful, compassionate, or potentially damaging to me. If I can be aware of them, then I can accept only the beneficial commands." Rynosuke Koike added, "When we realize that we cannot control our conscious mind, the least we can do is start to be selective, choosing only the beneficial commands that we receive and rejecting the bad ones. And when we continue to do that, it becomes easier for favorable commands to be issued and strengthen the database of information that we have in our mind. That is the concept that I have in any case." Dr. Ikegaya replied, "I can relate to what you are saying, or at least understand parts of it. Because there is no scientific proof of this, I have not gone so far as to write in my books that positive thoughts will start to come to you, but that is what I believe myself." There was a discussion about expanding a U.S. base in a region in Italy in 2008. Naturally, a lot of support and objection arose, which led to a referendum being held. A psychologist did some research in the area before the referendum and discovered something interesting. Dr. Ikegaya explained, "A week before the polls, a questionnaire was conducted asking residents if they were for or against expanding the military base. Some people said they did not know or had yet to decide since there was still a week to go before the referendum. but the responses to the questionnaire showed that it was already possible to predict at that point with considerable accuracy whether they would vote yes or no a week later. He asked, why had that been possible? There are various ways of achieving this, but the one that is easiest to understand is the free association method. For example, ask a person what comes to mind when they hear the word water. Maybe they will say the sea. The next item associated with the word sea might be fishing, fish, tuna, sushi, etc. In the free association method, you mention the first thing that springs to mind in a sequence, one after the other. But this free association method is curious. I doubt, for example, that many people who hear the word water would associate it with Prince Shotoku, a semi-legendary regent and politician in Japan during the Asuka period, which was from 552 to 645 CE. The method is supposed to be about free associations, and there is no rule that says you cannot jump from water to Prince Shotoku, but if you do, the stages in between can in fact be predicted. The process is not all that free at all. Maybe some people will say plastic bottles when they hear the word water, and others will associate it with swimming. Their thoughts are confined to a particular category. Perhaps we should call it an unfree association rather than a free association method. He chuckled. In any case, I believe the things that people come up with when they hear the word water are reflections of their thoughts. The more we study the brain, the more I feel it is made up of reflexes. By looking at the types of responses that people make when they hear certain words, we can see their thinking habits. And in the referendum in Italy, that had been the answer. During the week before the polls, people had watched the TV news, listened to the newspapers, talked with others, and thought about how to vote on expanding the military base. People watched the same news programs and listened to the same newspaper articles, but their responses during the referendum varied because they were reflexive, as the questionnaire had revealed. How they voted depended on their usual thinking habits, taking no account of their own free will. Dr. Ikegaya continued, another interesting questionnaire was conducted after the polls. People explained why they voted the way they had and sounded very reasonable, but not a single person imagined that their responses had been reactive, when that was exactly what had happened. He chuckled. What is important here is the history of these people and the types of lives that they had been living. As experience will rewrite a person's history, they may associate ice with water if another test were to be conducted, as in the second questionnaire, showing a change in their reflexive patterns. That leads to what you talked about a moment ago, about training yourself to ignore bad commands and select only the good ones. As a reflexive pattern, the ratio of good messages to bad will then increase. Although it has not been validated scientifically, there is no other way to explain what underpins the development of human values, morals, and decision-making. I would like to call it conjecture. He chuckled. Rynosuke Koike said, and the grounds for training to rebuild one's personality would be lost. Dr. Ikegaya said, yes, when we think along these lines, I believe changes will occur by simply having good experiences, being in a good environment, or having good people around you. I think these factors may result in reinforcement learning. There is no free will involved, only the freedom to override a command, and most human behavior is based on the brain's reflexes or reactions. I have been shocked to learn that many people think it's sad when I say that. In my opinion, it is not a bad thing. All we need to do is sharpen our awareness, if that is all we have. The Mobius strip, selfless enlightenment. Rynosuke Koike said, I think you are absolutely right. And when this lack of freedom is thoroughly recognized, in the Buddhist sense, and fed back to the mind, one's sense of self will gradually be demolished. Receiving information, believing it to be a script, and breaking away from that perception, which then turns out to be another part of the script. Understanding that constant repetition will be a blow to our sense of self. We will continue to feel uncomfortable until we have finally been crushed, since our self would thus fall apart. But when that happens, it becomes ridiculous to think that some script is taking us over, and we thus learn to choose our scripts more carefully through the awareness that we are being made into slaves. He continued, When we realize that our mind is but a slave to our brain's reflexes, we can mount a revolution against the things that control us. That is what selfless enlightenment in Buddhism is all about. You have written that, while it is possible to say that free will does not exist, we can also remain free if we do not know what is going on behind the scenes. Dr. Ikagaya replied, I think that is very important. Rynosuke Koike said, Buddhism teaches that we will arrive at true freedom when we thoroughly examine the negative sense of a lack of freedom in a paradoxical loop like a Mobius strip. Dr. Ikagaya said, we do not have freedom, but we are allowed to feel that we do. Or we accept without a doubt that we are free, and we live within that illusion. I think the meaning varies entirely depending on how we live. It is like the difference between whether or not you have experienced the Mobius strip. He continued, furthermore, denying ourselves freedom would lead to the question of whether we are free in the first place, and that would cause more confusion. Still, I think it is completely different between a person who has been through the experience of self-demolition and another who has not. Rynosuke Koike replied, the mode of reaction would change. Perhaps it is like creating a general design as you look at things behind the scenes. The disadvantages of laughing and the effects of smiling. Dr. Ikagaya said, by the way, you have discussed the topic of laughing in this audiobook, saying it is not good to laugh. He chuckled. Rynosuke Koike said, I'm not talking about whether it is good or bad to laugh at particular moments, but more in the context of things that become habits in the long run. He explained, I think the more stress that people feel, the more they like comedy. That is because I experienced a lot of stress before going to college and could barely manage to get by without looking for a way to escape reality. I enjoyed watching comedy shows on television and loved to do silly things and play jokes on people. I think a good burst of laughter will give you the illusion that your pain has gone away. Dr. Ikagaya said, when people laugh, it is said that the impulses carried along the cranial nerves are similar to those that occur during a seizure. Indeed, it is hard to breathe when you burst out laughing. From a biological standpoint, it is not too good since it causes you to hypoventilate. He continued, but I think it is somewhat different when you are smiling. I have been feeling very comfortable watching the gentle smile on your face as you have been speaking. He chuckled. And there must be meaning to the act of smiling. Rynosuke Koike replied, a smile is also a message of acceptance. It says you approve of the person to whom you are speaking. Dr. Ikagaya said, yes, it has a social meaning. Besides, we are recently beginning to understand that smiling also has meaning to the person who is doing the smiling. He explained, there is an experiment where you hold a pen in your mouth in one of two ways. The first is to place it in your mouth like a cigarette, with one end of the pen inside your mouth and the other end sticking out, and the second is to hold the pen sideways between your lips. Holding the pen in each of these two ways, you then give a score out of 10 to a manga comic as you read it. Although subjects in this experiment were reading the same comic, the average score was around 4.7 when they read the comic with the pen sticking out of their mouth. When they held the pen sideways, the average score rose to about 6.6. Dr. Ikagaya continued, the corners of your mouth are lifted when you hold a pen sideways. That seems to be the key, similar to the way in which the facial muscles move when you smile. That is different from laughing, but the experiment revealed that when you are forced to smile, you tend to enjoy more what you are doing. Studies were recently conducted on the brain's responses when a pen is held sideways in the mouth, as in the experiment. It was then discovered that what is called the reward system becomes active. Specifically, there were grounds to suggest that dopamine pathways may become active. It shows that we are starting to find evidence that merely lifting the corners of our mouths can lighten up our mood at the neural circuit level. Rynosuke Koike said, you are saying that if we want to be happy, we should wear a happy smile on our face. Dr. Ikagaya replied, precisely. The paper also discusses another interesting experiment. You get a large sheet of paper and write words all over it, such as desk, cup, book, and so on, including positive words such as joy and happiness, and then have your subject look for those positive words. He continued, "It takes time to find them because you have written so many words, but it has recently been discovered that subjects can find positive words more quickly than average when they hold a pen sideways in their mouth. You not only start to enjoy looking at the words, you will also improve your power of detection to find the items that make you happy. It is also interesting that you can control this physically." Rynosuke Koike said, "I think that is indeed what we call karma in Buddhism, how attending to our actions in the present can help us in the future. For example, when you are concentrating on your work and things are going well, you will not be aware of the people sitting next to you who have started to argue. But when you are feeling down, the noise will easily enter your mind and you will become irritated by the commotion they are causing. In other words, you are not being irritated by the noise because it is there. You perceive the noise negatively because you are irritated." He added, "When you are concentrating, you do not need to acknowledge information coming from the person next to you. But when you start to get frustrated, you then consciously attend to the noise they are making and allow yourself to be provoked. Or maybe you take out your annoyance in some way, such as by picking up a book written by an author you dislike and reading it angrily." Dr. Ikegaya said, "The external information does not change, yet depending on your current state, you perceive and interpret it differently. It is a matter of unconsciously setting your values for receiving information. For example, this piece of information makes you feel uncomfortable in your current state, but if you adjust your perception of it, you can just overlook it." Does the brain rest? Rynosuke Koike said, "By the way, the words 'give your brain a break' are printed on the wraparound band of my book, which the editorial staff came up with, but what about that idea of the brain taking a rest?" Dr. Ekagaya replied, "The brain is continuously being used. All I can say is that the text on your wraparound band is questionable." He chuckled. "But just like the silence we have been discussing, I reckon this description of resting the brain is being used in a different way." Rynosuke Koike said, "You can think about using your brain or letting it rest, but it is not as if we can control it directly. What is truly important is to forget about your brain and think about allowing the unnecessary thoughts in your mind to rest, as in, recommendation for giving your thoughts a rest, though I'm not sure how catchy that would sound." He chuckled. Dr. Ikegaya said, "There is something called the DMN, or default mode network, a network of interacting regions of the brain that becomes active when we are resting." He continued, "When studying the brain, we usually measure the level of activity in the brain when a subject is doing something, such as when they look at something in a particular color or use their right hand, for example. But one researcher investigated what happens to the level of activity within the brain when we are just sitting absently without doing anything. That is how this DMN circuit was discovered. Although it had initially been seen as a one-off experiment, it has now had a big take-up among neuroscientists. Some people even say that it may represent the level of activity within the brain during introspection, though we do not know that for sure yet." Dr. Ikegaya added, "This default state also exists in monkeys. Monkeys were found to have an activated DMN identical to that in humans. In any event, we have come to understand that the DMN is active when the brain is resting. It is very intriguing and indicates that neural activity during this state is consistent and very orderly." Some papers say studies of DMN activity may be beneficial for the preliminary diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. It all comes down to what precisely this default state is. Rynosuke Koike replied, "I think I can understand how this DMN would be used for the preliminary diagnosis of Alzheimer's. When we enter a state of deep concentration during meditation, our awareness is crystal clear, yet we see things akin to dreams, and we are also very relaxed. And when we become consciously aware of those dreamlike things, our mind's movements become orderly." I hypothesized that similar things happen when we dream while we sleep. and information that causes us discomfort becomes fragmented, as if we have put it through a shredder. Then we put the pieces back together and sort through them. And by doing that, I think we are trying to reduce our discomfort or stress level. I have a sense that with the activation of the DMN, where the brain rests, we are repairing the psychological damage within us by freeing our mind from noise and making it clear, and also repairing any physical damage in the process. Dr. Akagaya said maybe it is a period for recovery in mind and body. Concentration is not an objective, it is only a tool. Dr. Ikagaya said, my belief is that science has things in common with philosophy. Listening to you talk about Buddhism, there are concrete definitions, and I do not hear about interpretations that are sentimental. In that sense, I think Buddhism is very scientific. Rynosuke Koike replied, I do not meditate in the standard Japanese Buddhist way, but rather in the primitive or pre-sectarian Buddhist style. Zen meditation in Japan has been combined with and is greatly influenced by Chinese Taoism in practical terms. Primitive Zen meditation before that had been very systematic and scientific in its approach. Dr. Ikagaya said, I have seen data on the brain waves of Tibetan monks while they meditate. Is their method of meditation different from what you practice? Rynosuke Koike replied, Tibetan Buddhists often engage in focused meditation, and some of their methods are similar to the one I practice. Dr. Akagaya said, the brain waves of Tibetan monks as they meditate are completely unique. They release powerful gamma waves. We have learned that the longer a monk has trained, the more gamma waves he releases. He continued, but Tibet does not currently allow entry to brain researchers. It is because our studies of their brain waves would give away whether the monks meditate well or poorly. Measurements of a very high-ranking monk's brainwaves were once taken, revealing that he was not meditating at all. He chuckled. That had not been the case with his disciples. Their brainwaves were found to be releasing gamma rays. That was not a very good outcome for them, and they stopped cooperating with us altogether. Rynosuke Koike said, that is funny, he chuckled. Dr. Ikagaya said, gamma waves are brain waves that tend to occur when you are concentrating on something and stop to ask yourself, what is this? He continued, when you think about it, concentration is a peculiar thing. People generally say it is good to concentrate, but it means you are not paying attention to other things, which we have to admit is strange from a biological standpoint. For example, a wild animal should not focus only on one thing. It needs to pay attention to all sorts of things that go on around it. Otherwise, it would not notice a predator that might be approaching. Concentration is therefore potentially a threat to our lives. But people can produce good results when they concentrate on their work or their studies. Meditation is also concentration on a single point, and I think we humans are strange beings in our ability to create these types of unnatural conditions artificially. Rynosuke Koike said, you are talking about our ability to shut out information in the outside world. It feels very comfortable to focus only on a single point. Dr. Ikagaya replied, yes, and I wanted to ask you about that. You become comfortable because you are shutting out everything else. It is good for the individual since they are feeling relaxed, but is a sense of comfort good for them as a living organism? Rynosuke Koike said, you concentrate on that sense of comfort and then erase it from your awareness. Then you can shut out the awareness of that highly relaxed state without being attached to it. When a person can erase even a tremendous state of happiness generated through meditation, they will nurture a steady mind that is not affected by the small comforts and discomforts in their daily lives. As a result, they will have better control over various emotions. Dr. Ikagaya said, I think that is great, but we can also consider this from a negative perspective and interpret meditation as an escape from reality, can we not? Rynosuke Koike replied, when we ask ourselves why we meditate, it comes down to seeing meditation not as a purpose, an end in itself, but rather as a tool. Once we achieve a substantial level of concentration, we start to see the flow of our awareness. We are shocked to discover what we have really been thinking behind the noise and superficial types of information. Then our mind starts to reconstruct itself. and for that, we need to have the ability to concentrate. As we decrease our attachment to pleasure and pain in this way, we stop responding reflexively and achieve a steady presence of mind that will not waver. He explained, there was actually a time when meditation served a purpose and was not simply considered a tool. When yoga in its original form was practiced, Buddha, who had been in training, learned it from a master. He arrived at the ultimate place of peace during focused meditation and was told by his master that he had reached his goal. But once he came out of meditation, Buddha became irritated and confused. He said it was not the goal and devised a self-observation method. Concentration is needed for observing oneself and reconstructing the mind. That is the purpose of meditation. Dr. Ekagaya replied, so concentration is nothing more than an interim state. Rynosuke Koike said, you have to be very careful, as it is true that there are people who become addicted to that state and develop a habit of escaping reality. Dr. Ikagaya said, that is very convincing. When I am tired and want to escape reality, Zen training is one of the things that come to mind. He chuckled. Is that the wrong idea to have? Rynosuke Koike replied, it is not exactly the wrong mindset, but instead of providing an escape, Zen training will lead the person to face their reality more directly. In Buddhism, we have threefold training in what are known as higher virtue, a higher mind, and higher wisdom. Higher virtue refers to self-imposed rules set by Buddhists. The second one, a higher mind, means to determine and to focus. It is a state in which we stop and concentrate on a single object. The last one, higher wisdom, is to observe our mind within that focused state and become aware of the patterns within us. When we do that, those patterns start to collapse, and within this flow we let go of the negative emotions within ourselves, which is the essence of our training. He added, this meditation method does not require anything physically challenging, but it is like a program for remodeling our personality. There will be a shock, followed by changes when we take a hard look at our mind. He chuckled. Dr. Ikagaya said, I see. I wondered what it would mean from a social standpoint if people meditated and lost their fighting spirit, and what would happen with our economic activities, but I can see that it is good for self-control. Rynosuke Koike said, yes, whether a person is eaten up by jealousy or worried about what would happen if things do not go well at work, all concerns will disappear when they become aware that it is all about being controlled by the flow of their unconscious mind. I believe that for people today who experience stress because they are at the mercy of their mind's flow, our Buddhist methods of discipline are a very practical way to help them survive in real life. Dr. Ikagaya replied, I have made a lot of discoveries today and I am very happy about that. He chuckled. Rynosuke Koike said, I very much appreciate having had the chance to hear you speak about various intriguing topics. Thank you very much. Quick reference concepts. As we discussed in Chapter 2, various activities like speaking, listening, and seeing directly relate to how you engage your senses. Remember, in Buddhism, you learn about 6 doors through which you perceive the world: your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and awareness itself. Each of the practices you explored, like observing your voice when speaking or sharpening your awareness while listening, directly connects to one or more of these 6 sensory doors. The practical activities and methods described in Chapter 2, from speaking and listening to seeing, smelling, eating, discarding, touching, and nurturing, are all ways to apply this understanding and control your mind. Afterward, wishing you clean, clear thoughts. Now for the afterword for this edition. What to write? Should I write about this, or should I write about that? I can rack my brain all day, but appealing ideas do not easily come to mind. At times like this, I always meditate to stop thinking altogether and bring my awareness back to my physical senses. It has been the same today. I stepped away from my desk for about an hour and aligned my awareness with my breathing as I sat in the morning sun, quietly watching the thoughts appear in my mind and then fade away. As I did that, the thoughts gradually lost their strength, and a clean, clear surface began to appear in my mind, as if I had scooped away the layer of foam at the top of a pan of soup cooking on the stove. Once my mind had cleared, Concerns about the need to hurry up and get this finished on time for my deadline, and the need to write something inspirational melted away, dispersing like the clouds in the sky. A state like this, when the urge to write settles down, is best for writing. The mind will tense and become tense and uncooperative if dominated by thoughts of having to do something quickly or well, making it impossible to perform to one's full potential. Listeners may say, okay, so it is good that your mind is clean and clear, but would not the ideas stop coming if you stop thinking? Quite the opposite. When you stop your thoughts for a moment, reload the information, and start over with a clear mind, the distractions that interrupt information processing will quieten down. In more technical terms, you could say it is an optimization of the brain's capacity to process information. On the other hand, reloading the information or command or message that I must write an afterword for my book while my brain is full of distractions will allow my mind to do as it will and select a lot of information that is irrelevant. An association of thoughts that follow the command to hurry might make me recall past jobs where I have had a tight deadline and where I struggled to meet it. Or my subconscious mind might recreate the time that I was almost late in delivering and feeling harried as a result, bringing back memories of the pressure I was under at the time. That could very well impact upon what I am trying to do now. The mind often begins associating thoughts in response to a desire to do something well. Even when it is not needed, your mind will select information from your memory to make you look good, and, as a result, you can end up with extra thoughts wafting about in your head that have nothing to do with the information that you wish to convey. That is just adding irrelevant details, and it will not be as effective in communicating your true thoughts. Your mind goes ahead and selects what it considers the most relevant pieces of information, the ones that seem to best fit at that particular time what you want to say, smoothly choosing and combining details while leaving no room for new associations of ideas to be generated. It is the klesha of desire that quietly proceeds in doing that. And naturally, the information source is limited to what you have accumulated in your memory. When your mind stops picking unnecessary details from your memory, the result is very different. Even if the information stored in your memory is unchanged from the time your mind takes over, the results will vary depending on your state of mind. When it is cluttered with thoughts, it will cling to similar thoughts from your memory and prevent you from coming up with brilliant ideas. When your mind settles down without thinking, it is freed from the preconceptions or thoughts that you have up until recently. That is when things that may not seem to be connected can sometimes be drawn out of the massive amount of information preserved in your memory. It is when a new or different type of connection like that is incurred that you have inspirations. I think you can say that fresh new ideas are not entirely new. They are born from new links in your memory, which is full of information that is not new but old when you distance yourself from your usual thought patterns. That explains what has been happening since ancient times when thinkers of all kinds, whether scientists, philosophers, inventors, or writers, hit a brick wall, then do something different for a change of pace, and come up with an inspirational idea that leads to a breakthrough. I think it is because minds cluttered from too much thinking are calmed by the sensations associated with physical activity, such as walking or taking a bath, making it easy for them to then connect various types of information. It is not limited to the rarefied thoughts of scientists, inventors, and writers. Maybe you are a student who cannot concentrate on their studies, an entrepreneur who is waiting for a fantastic new idea, or a speaker thinking about how to fine-tune a forthcoming speech. Or perhaps you are simply contemplating a new recipe or wondering where to go on your next holiday. These are beneficial principles that apply to anyone. The world you live in is like an arena on the receiving end of carpet bombings of information and too many thoughts to process. As a result of the unexpectedly high sales of the Japanese edition of The Practice of Not Thinking, I have been interviewed on many occasions and asked the same question: why are people buying the book? I think it is because information in digital form is overwhelming you, and forcing you to continue to process it in your head. You are taking in textual data from the internet on portable devices 24/7 and filling your mind with that information, which is pretty stressful. Perhaps my suggestions for practicing not thinking by clearing the five senses appeals to listeners because their heads are swamped with information. A listener once contacted me, saying that he struggled to put the audiobook's ideas into practice and became frustrated with himself despite trying to do as the book said. Okay, blindly accepting what the book says as a set of golden rules can make you etch them in your mind as a sort of law that you must act on without thinking it through. People who are inclined to take things too literally may feel frustrated that they cannot obey the rules 100% of the time. Then they will want to give up. A perfectionist attitude that you absolutely must stop thinking will restrict you, and that is not how I want you to listen to this audiobook. So yes, there will be times when you think too much. I suggest trying not to think with a more relaxed attitude. Just be aware of those thoughts that come to mind and their mechanisms, and by doing so, aim to free yourself from being under their control. The practice of not thinking is to practice not being bound by your thoughts. I'm just like everyone else. There are times when the power of my meditation weakens and various thoughts invade my mind. One example has been writing this afterward. I was stumped at the outset and could not get around to writing straight away. The important thing is to be aware that your thoughts are controlling your mind and to switch to practicing not being bound by your thoughts rather than restraining yourself or judging yourself harshly. The trick is to be patient, to accept that you are only human. You can activate the kind, forgiving side of your mind to avoid triggering the irritable perfectionist in you who will be frustrated when you cannot do something right. When you observe your thoughts with a gentle and flexible mind, the perfectionist will calm down like a baby being stroked with a loving hand. And once settled, your thoughts will regain their energy and become crystal clear. Thinking back, I was a past master at not being able to calm my thoughts. I studied Western philosophy at university and would often play around with complex ideas in my mind and be under the illusion that I had become a refined intellectual. I was drunk with a sense of superiority as my mind continued to come up with reasoning to interpret or criticize from a philosophical standpoint the actions of other people and society in general. My mind would be crowded with words and thoughts, with no room to relax. Thinking too much in that way will affect a person's physical well-being. And when I look back now, I can recall how I was plagued with headaches and shoulder pain during my student days. It must be because I have had plenty of first-hand experience of the harmful effects caused by a mind that processes too much linguistic information that I eventually reached the other extreme, feeling and not thinking. I have shared these ideas hoping that you, the listener, will maintain a clear mind, embrace the inspirations that you have, and refrain from being swallowed up by the barrage of information that hits us daily. I will now put down my pen, praying that this edition will find new listeners, and the refreshing sensations of not thinking will spread among a wider audience. This audio adaptation is based on the original book by Rynosuken Koike. You can support the author and their work by purchasing the book via the Amazon link in the description. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases.